I want to share a story. That I've never shared before, and I so regret that we ran out of time. It's a story that I had hoped to tell Charlie myself in the next couple of months. When I first met Charlie, and this is the kind of guy he was so gracious. I first met him, he was young. And I said, so what do you want to do? What is it you want? What do you want to do? So gracious, he said, I want to be you. I want to do what you do. Let me translate. I want to be Rush Limbaugh. He didn't want to be me. He wanted to be Rush Limbaugh. He wanted to be one of the, as Rush said, radio's greatest of all time. And I remember thinking, well, kid, maybe someday, because I think you have it. I brought something with me today that I thought was appropriate while I did the show, that I would sit in front of Charlie's microphone. It was given to me after the death of Rush Limbaugh by his wife. It is Rush's golden microphone. I think it's appropriate that it sits in front of Charlie's microphone. What I would have said to Charlie was, you were thinking too small. I want to be Rush Limbaugh someday. I'm a broadcaster. Rush was a broadcaster. But Charlie was a broadcaster and a narrowcaster. Charlie was a pastor and a priest. And listening to the way he could argue and think differently, he was a rabbi as well, and one of the best. He was a political organizer. He was a political think tank himself. He was a compassionate friend. He surpassed Rush Limbaugh by miles. We'll continue in a minute. We must stop calling Charlie anything other than...
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone is more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Charlie Kirk's accused assassin is officially charged with aggravated murder.
We did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. You, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk.
The 22-year-old suspect made his first court appearance Tuesday via video from the jail where he's being held. He's also charged with felony discharge of a firearm causing serious injury. Prosecutors point out that children were present at the time of the shooting and that the suspect's DNA was found on the murder weapon. Those factors contribute to them seeking the death penalty. While Director Kash Patel was in the hot seat on Capitol Hill on Tuesday, President Trump and the First Lady were en route to the United Kingdom. They're on the grounds of Windsor Castle as we speak, meeting with King Charles. All of this is part of a royal state visit. The President and First Lady will also visit St. George's Chapel and participate in a wreath laying at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. This evening, they'll participate in state banquet in advance of meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for a bilateral meeting on tomorrow. The two leaders are scheduled to meet with business leaders tomorrow as well before the Commander-in-Chief returns to Washington. As for FBI Director Kash Patel, he continues facing criticism about how his agency handled the investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder and the release of information surrounding the suspect and other persons of interest. The director faced questions from both Democrats and Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee on Tuesday. Today, he's facing similar questions before House lawmakers. But it was Democrat Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey who used the opportunity to criticize the work Patel has been doing, even saying he doesn't believe the director will be on the job much longer. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Andrew Colvett is with us. You were here a week ago. We're a week away, and what, same time?
Yeah, we're probably about 2 hours or so out from, the exact time of being a week.
How are you doing? How's everybody at Turning Point doing?
Well, after you made everybody bawl their eyes out in your first segment, your open, Glenn, and I mean, I have to say thank you for that. I can't even believe I'm seated so close to Rush's golden EIB microphone.
I know, it's crazy.
And Charlie and I can't say how many times we said the golden EIB microphone.
Yeah.
And it was beautiful. We were all crying out in the control room, and so I am right now in this moment very emotional. And I know that you watched his story grow, and that tribute about the next George Washington and how Charlie was so aware of that speech you gave, and he wasn't there in person, but he watched it somewhere else live. And I'm right now I don't have many words because of how moving that was, Glenn.
I said the other day, and I don't mean this, I mean, I'm not saying this to self-aggrandize at all, but I looked at him almost like a professional son. You know what I mean? I looked at him, and because I watched him from a distance, and I saw him young, and I saw his desires and how he built and everything that he did. And as I was thinking about that, as I packed that microphone up yesterday, I was thinking about him, and I thought, Charlie would have been president.
Yeah.
Charlie would have been president. Rush wasn't president. Rush didn't have a desire to be president. And I don't know if Rush would have made a good... I'd make a horrible president. I don't know. Rush would have been a better president than me. Charlie could have been a great president. He surpassed all of us. I don't know if there's another person in history on our side, at least in the last 150 years, that was like Charlie. To replace Charlie, you need maybe 6 people at the top of their craft to cover everything that he has done.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I was with Charlie and people would beg him, you have to run for president, you have to run for president. And Charlie would always, say, no, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. And I will say, Charlie was, the existence of J.D. Vance gave Charlie a lot of emotional freedom to say that next man up is JD. Our job is to support JD.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't necessarily be loud and proud about that on this show because we understand there's dynamics.
Yeah.
But, Charlie was in so many ways being honed and sharpened, and
he was.
Yeah, for such a job. And
Look at the difference in him in 10 years.
Yeah.
15 years. Look at the difference in him.
Can you imagine if he had 10 more years
10 more
keep
years?
Sharpening?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, and people need to understand that. Yes, Charlie was a brilliant communicator. Yes, he was an autodidact who kept studying the classics and political and philosophy and theology and all of these things. And he was deeply, deeply sincere in his faith. But he was also so skilled at the quiet things, the behind-the-scenes things. And he would honor people. He was trusted. If you got into a heated discussion in private with Charlie, nobody would ever hear about that. If anything happened, because his goal was to keep people together, he understood that there are so many forces in our world and our politics that are ripping everybody apart. And I said this yesterday, but it bears repeating. He, just a few weeks before his death, he sent me this hierarchy of what the Greeks considered to be the highest virtues and the highest callings. And he said to me, Andrew, we are not the actors and the entertainers that are at the bottom. That's how the Greeks put it. He said, we need to strive to be statesmen and philosophers up at the top and theologians. And he said, this is what we're trying to be. Not that. Anybody can do that. Not everybody can do that. And God, he knew that God had put him in a position that he could keep people together. And so, there would be times where everybody wanted us to go all in on this story or go all in on that. And Charlie saw 3 steps ahead all the time. He was always thinking long-term, what will that do to the movement? And so he would craft his messaging and his strategy and, who we invited to what, around how do you manage this current moment so that everybody is still a part of this thing.
I can't thank you enough for inviting us to be here.
We're for coming.
No, I mean, it is an honor. I called Stu yesterday and I said, Stu, you should come with me. And he said, this is history in the making. I mean, it's an honor to be here.
Yeah,
It
well,
really
you
is.
honor us, and you're a beautiful tribute and open to him. And I know we're not done yet, but
No.
I can't thank you enough.
Thank you. God bless. And God bless everybody at TPUSA. Want to get involved? Go to TPUSA.com.
Hamilton and Madison.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. FBI Director Kash Patel is back on Capitol Hill today, this time testifying before members of the House Judiciary Committee. This is a live look at that specific hearing. During his testimony before Senate lawmakers yesterday, though, the director offered up an update on where the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination stands.
What we do for an interrogation perspective, we go and reach out to the family and community immediately. And we've conducted those investigations and interrogations with local law enforcement, and we're continuing to do that because those closest to the suspect are going to hopefully know the most about the suspect and his beliefs and his ideology. On top of that, unfortunately, it has been leaked that there was a Discord chat, and for those unfamiliar with it, it's a gaming chat room online that the suspect participated in. So what we're doing, we've already done, is serve legal process, not just on Discord, so that the information we gathered is sustained and held in a evidentiary posture that we could use in prosecution should it be decided to do so. And we're also going to be investigating anyone and everyone involved in that Discord chat.
Patel also making headlines for his tete-a-tete with several Democrat lawmakers, specifically California Senator Adam Schiff.
The American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're
inmates.
not in the weeds?
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
On this election, we want to try to lose by less with younger voters, and then we are going to create the most sophisticated, low propensity, get out the vote turnout machine in modern political history for the right. And here was our theory of the case. First on the get out the vote, which is that we believed that there were millions of people that were Trump supporters that were not Trump voters. So people that would say, yay, Trump, and they would be with them, but they weren't putting a ballot in a box. They weren't casting a vote. And
welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Glenn Beck. I am filling in for Charlie. Let me describe the scene. I got here this morning about 4:30 a.m. I do a national radio program, starts at 9 a.m. Eastern time, so by 6 we were broadcasting. And there wasn't anybody here. Everybody is getting some well-deserved sleep. It looks like, nobody here has slept for a while. And we got here, and there's police that barricade the road right in front, and there are police all around. And it's an enormous tribute that is on the road, sitting in front of TPUSA. People have it reminded me, honestly, of Princess Diana. I hadn't seen the outpouring like this since Elvis died and when Princess Diana died. It's just this amazing outpouring of love. During the show, during my national radio broadcast, my staff walked in and said, you have to move to another building. There is a bomb. And somebody that's here in front apparently packaged down and then gave a bomb threat. Turned out to be just some, I don't know. But Satan thinks that he still can win. And the more he pushes, the brighter the light is going to get. I want to go to Ryan Morrow. I talked to him earlier today because one of the things that we have to do is we have to stop the funding of all of these things that are on the left that we have honestly now started to find out. I've been exposing this stuff on chalkboards for years and years, almost 2 decades now, and how the George Soroses, et cetera, of the world are funding all of the worst of the worst. And Ryan has done his work and has really come up with some smoking guns, especially on George Soros. Donald Trump can use as RICO charges. And Ryan is here to lay this all out. What did you find, Ryan?
Well, we had some amazing findings according to George Soros's own files from his Open Society foundations. So myself, my colleagues at Capital Research Center, basically went through as many grants of his, as many funding streams as we could find. And here's the smoking guns that we believe that President Trump, if he's informed of it, can use to go after Soros's network of hate in various ways. We traced over $80 million going from the Open Society foundations to at least 54 groups engaged in crime and domestic terrorism on U.S. soil, or that are pro-terrorism, endorsing things like the October 7th attacks, or are associated with foreign terrorist organizations or explicitly pro-terror groups. And this is according to his own files, so it's rock solid. And over all of that amount, over 23 million went to at least 7 groups that are doing things that meet the FBI's definition of domestic terrorism, including rioting and things like that.
Can you be specific, more specific than this?
Absolutely. I'm happy to. So the Center for Third World Organizing, for example, is an organization that has a hub that fused together several really extreme organizations. We found $400,000 going to them, and they openly boast of the fact that they threw down during the uprisings in Minnesota, obviously referring to the rioting, and boasting of how many thousands of people they helped train. A lot of these groups have created what they'll call like a protest guide or an activism toolkit, and it sounds innocuous. Then you open it up and you'll see support for Hamas in it, but then they'll sometimes slyly say, for more information, go to these hyperlinks. And you go to the hyperlinks, and there'll be guides recommending things like property destruction, violence, false IDs, how to obstruct justice, all of these things, and they know darn well what they're doing. They don't put that there by accident. Some of the more careful ones will just direct their readership to anarchist websites with all that material, knowing that they'll see it when it's there. And so, yeah, I mean, it's really stunning. And some of these groups are coalitions. So when I say 54 groups, just one of those might have 300 entities in that one. So it's actually, the real number is actually much higher.
Let me play something from October 2010, where I was talking about the RICO Act and George Soros. Listen to this.
But this is the ABCs of revolution. This is only a copy of it. I only have a copy of it. I don't have the original yet. They talk about urban guerrilla tactics. The instant any area is occupied by revolutionaries, it must be appropriated forthwith according to two incontestable principles: self-defense and free distribution of the goods produced. The best way to avoid isolation is to attack. Thus, one must, with an eye to the internationalist direction, remember, workers of the world unite, create other nuclei for occupations and appropriations, strengthen and protect liaison between revolutionary zones, isolate the enemy and destroy communications, use commando tactics to harass and rear guard and avoid encirclement by splitting up his forces, disorganize the counter-revolution by rendering its principal leaders and the best strategists harmless. Do you have that one? Disorganize the counter-revolution by rendering its principal leaders and the best strategists harmless. How do they do that? Is the left threatening? Is that something that people who are in that position should worry about their lives? Or is that just render them harmless by, well, let's just see if I can come up with a crazy example. Here, some rich dude takes $1 million and does everything they can to smear and discredit. By the way, George, have you ever heard of the RICO statute? Anyway.
RICO. This is 2010, 15 years ago. I was saying George Soros should be grabbed by the RICO Act. Donald Trump looks like he's now willing to go there. And again, we're talking to Ryan Morrow, who says he has the goods on this. How long have you been working on this, Ryan?
Probably about a year.
And what got you started on this?
Well, I think it started when I released a report breaking down the anti-Israel protests that were going on. I saw that was like manufactured. It was like pushing a button. And we identified over 150 pro-terrorism groups organizing those protests. There weren't peaceful groups behind it. And so when that report came out, which is very similar to this one, this is almost somewhat of a sequel, one of the radical entities that's Hamas-friendly had this to say about the research that we released. So the same would be true of the source report that we're about to release at 1 o'clock. It said that these reports we're doing pose an existential threat that could easily mean a quick death for most of the groups by getting their tax-exempt statuses ripped away from them. And so those that survive would suffer mass chaos. So they're saying that we have figured out how to beat them if we just get this into the right hands. And so at 1 o'clock, this is what we're dropping about George Soros as part of our investigation. And that's why I said on your show earlier, the counteroffensive begins today. It begins at 1 o'clock.
It was probably 2010 that George Soros's number two guy met with my number two guy. And they had lunch in a public place because that's what we requested when they said we want to have lunch. And I was not part of it, but it was just the second in command, if you will, meeting with each other and sending messages. And this lunch started with, you need to tell your boss, me, is hurting my boss, Soros, and it's going to stop. And my guy said, I don't think it is. If he's getting something wrong, he'd be more than happy to correct it. And he said at the time, your boss needs to understand, the ship has already sailed. It's just pulling out of port right now. And you're either on that ship or you're not. And you want to be on that ship. And he said, my boss is going to say he doesn't want to be on that ship. And at the very end of the conversation, he said, I want you to hear me clearly. This is going to stop. We took that as a very large threat. And that is one of the reasons why I did the Puppet Master show on Fox. I did a 3-day special showing everything about George Soros that we could find at the time. You realize who you're getting into war with, don't you?
I do, and I don't care. I know I'm supposed to do this. And so that ship that he was talking about, we're going to sink it. And all the other big billionaire-funded organizations are out there that are funding this type of filth, that are poisoning American civil society and spreading this type of hate that resulted in what happened a week ago. You're on notice. If you're doing this by mistake, I will volunteer my time to help you vet the organizations that you finance so you don't fund terrorism and hate if you're genuine.
Well,
if you're not genuine and you continue doing it, you're next.
Looking at your research, there's a handful of grants that are nuts for things like children that include ideas of hierarchy, supremacy, colonialism, and to the Alinsky Institute in France, which is in honor of Saul Alinsky, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's exactly right. When you go through the report, you'll see that the organizations that they're funding are so blatantly connected to foreign terrorist organizations, so blatantly extremist. This goes on year after year. So before, when there would be reports about this in drips and drabs, I could kind of understand some people saying, well, out of thousands of grants, maybe some mistakes are made. This is no mistake. We have disproven this. And I keep thinking about how when the Iranian regime allows pro-terrorism entities to fundraise on Iranian soil, what do we call that? We call that state sponsorship of terrorism. In the United States, when American nonprofits in the nonprofit sector allow pro-terror entities to fundraise on American soil, what do we call it? We call it charity. And so that has to come to an end. The IRS code, as we talk about in the report, is being violated. You're not allowed to engage in crime. You're not even allowed to encourage crime. That can't be part of your nonprofit mission. And so these statuses need to be revoked. And just like that one extremist group said, if we go down that path, we don't even have to get into the hate speech argument.
Yeah.
We can beat them. We can beat them rapidly.
Ryan, thank you so much. I really appreciate your conversation with us. Back on the Charlie Kirk Show in a minute.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. FBI Director Kash Patel continues facing criticism about how his agency handled the investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder and the release of information surrounding the suspect and other persons of interest. The director faced questions from both Democrats and Republicans on the Senate Judiciary Committee on Tuesday. Democrat Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey used that opportunity to criticize the work Patel has been doing, even saying that he doesn't believe the director will be on the job much longer. That political face-off devolved into this.
That rant of false information does not bring this country together. If you want to work on bringing this country, it's my time, not yours.
My God.
If you want to talk about
dividing this country,
it is
I follow you on your social media posts that tear this country apart.
To address your falsehoods.
Oh, you can try all you want
in this country.
to not take responsibility for what you have said. Sir, you're making a mockery of this committee. Sir, you don't tell me my time is over. The people of New Jersey tell me what my time is. You can't lecture me.
You can tell me my time's over.
You may be the charge of the FBI,
I'm not going anywhere.
but I am not afraid of you,
Mr.
Meantime, Charlie Kirk's accused assassin is officially charged with aggravated murder this morning.
We did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty. That was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. You, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk.
The 22-year-old suspect made his first court appearance on Tuesday via video from jail where he was being held. He also is charged with felony discharge of a firearm causing serious injury. Prosecutors point out that children were present at the time of the shooting and that the suspect's DNA was found on the murder weapon. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
This is the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Glenn Beck. We have something special that we made for Charlie and the staff here at TPUSA coming up in just a minute. I haven't even heard it. My daughter, who is 19 years old, made it with David Osmond last night, and she was there about 10 feet away from the tent when Charlie was shot, and we'll tell you a little bit about this next hour.
Glenn, talk to me about the path forward from here, because I think a lot of people right now have that moment where they're so thankful for everything that Charlie had done and appreciated his approach to everything, this open approach, open debate, and they want to continue that approach. I do think there's also a lot of people who look at it and say, for everything that Charlie tried to do, look at what the price he paid. And we can't just do that anymore. We have to go farther. We have to change this. We have to. There's a righteous anger that people want to move upon.
The righteous anger. So the righteous anger, that is righteous and right and natural. I mean, it is one of the phases of grief. And we went through the first phase. Day one, denial. I mean, we saw the video. I did, unfortunately. I saw the video, and I called a surgeon friend of mine right away, and I sent him the video, and I said, is there any way? And he's like, no way. And yet, for 2 hours, I was on the air with Megyn Kelly, and I was saying, well, no, there's a chance. There's a chance. Because I wanted to believe that. Anger is part of that, and we're going to go through it. But I have been so amazed and so proud of our side. I'm going to tell you next hour of a private conversation that I had with Charlie about assassinations. And so far, everybody is handling it exactly the way he would have hoped. And I know it to be true because I talked to him about it.
Well, certainly not everybody is handling it the right way.
Yeah.
It's funny because I had a conversation with a friend of mine yesterday, and we were talking about the reaction to all of this. And we kind of said, are you encouraged by what you're seeing, or are you despondent?
I'm very encouraged.
It's fascinating. My instant reaction was despondent. Because I don't know, maybe I've tortured myself with too much of the negative reaction.
Maybe.
However, talking it out, I think I've changed my mind on it.
Look how many people have gone to church for the first time. See, this is the difference. Charlie wasn't just a political guy. Charlie was an evangelical preacher in the end. And he was talking about universal things and things that people are starving for. And look at the God movement that is happening. He short-circuited a lot of stuff, and now God is moving with his people. And I find that extraordinarily optimistic. I think what we have to be careful of is, I'll start to worry about the people of TPUSA. I mean, we've already been praying for you, but I'm going to start worrying about you next week and the week after. Because I've had enough people in my life die. Once company goes home, then you're left alone with the reality. And that's when that despair or hopelessness can start to play games with you. Don't let it. I mean, I'll tell you in a minute. I know what Charlie would have wanted. And what he would have wanted was move forward, keep moving, keep pressing forward, keep staying true to the principles that we have laid out. And that's the only thing I worry about on our side is if anybody gets angry and somebody's going to do something stupid. And I hope that doesn't happen. I pray that doesn't happen. I don't think it will, quite honestly, but I could be wrong. But if we have real discipline, and then constitutional discipline. This hate speech debate, Charlie wouldn't have been for that. Ever. We know
that he tweeted explicitly about it.
Hate speech. There is no such thing as hate speech. There is speech. There's uncomfortable speech. There's evil speech. There's bad speech. There's speech you don't like at all. There's speech you would just want to say to somebody, shut up. But there's no such thing as hate speech. There is no legal position for in this country. The only kind of speech that requires protection is the kind of speech that everybody hates. So there is no place for hate speech. And it bothers me, this Pam Bondi movement of going after people with hate speech. No, we don't do that. You have a right to speak, and I will fight to my dying breath for your right to say what you believe. I don't necessarily agree with you, but it's more important for me to fight for your right of freedom of speech if I don't agree with you. I don't need to fight for freedom of speech that agrees with me. All right. Next hour, a tribute again to Charlie Kirk and so much more.
You led the Tea Party movement.
No.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. You're looking at FBI Director Kash Patel back on Capitol Hill, this time testifying before members of the House Judiciary Committee. During his testimony before Senate lawmakers, the director offered up an update on where the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination stands. Today, though, he is back at it, but this time again in front of the House. Let's listen in for a little bit.
Also on that day, Desmond Holley, a 16-year-old white male, shot and injured 2 students at a high school in Colorado before killing himself. And according to the Anti-Defamation League, he had a fascination with mass shootings and white supremacy. So do you admit to, deny these facts?
Those happened.
Okay. Your predecessor, former FBI Director Christopher Wray, said that one of the most dangerous concerns is that racially motivated violent extremism, especially white supremacists, has been the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism cases and is responsible for the most lethal attacks over the last decade. Do you admit or deny, A, that he said this?
I'll let the record reflect that. Whatever he said was what he said.
All right, and do you agree?
That there is racially motivated crimes being committed in America, yes.
Yes, especially white supremacists, which is the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism. I'm glad that you said this. So last week, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president?
I don't speak for the president. The president speaks for himself.
Do you agree with the president?
I don't. On what matter?
on the question that I just asked. Do you agree with his statement about the radical left?
That there's ideology that's driving violence on both sides? Yes, that's what he acknowledged.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Okay. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you are acknowledging that there is violent extremism on both sides.
So that's just some of the interaction happening right now between FBI Director Kash Patel and House Democrats who are on this panel where he is testifying. A much different story from yesterday where Director Patel had a tete-a-tete with several Democrat senators. In fact, here's just one of those interactions. This one is with California Senator.
The American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No, I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements of
you're
inmates.
Not in the weeds?
What I am doing is protecting this country, providing historic reform, and combating the weaponization of intelligence by the likes of you. And we have countlessly proven you to be a liar in Russiagate, in January 6th. You are the biggest fraud to ever sit in the United States Senate. You are a disgrace to this institution and an utter coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised that you continue to lie from your perch and put on a show so you can go raise money for your charade. You are a political buffoon at best.
Amid the political theater happening in Washington, D.C., there's other news to report. Charlie Kirk's accused assassin is now officially charged with aggravated murder.
We did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray. You, Your Honor, and sign that.
Thank you. I have reviewed the pretrial protective order and will be issuing this pretrial protective order in favor of Erica Kirk.
The 22-year-old suspect made his first court appearance Tuesday via video from the jail where he's being held. As you can see here, he's also charged with felony discharge of a firearm causing serious injury. Plus, prosecutors point out that children were present at the time of the shooting and that the suspect's DNA was found on the murder weapon. Those factors contribute to them seeking the death penalty. That's a quick check of your headlines.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Big things are happening in America, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is standing with you. In a time when our freedoms feel threatened and when Washington seems out of touch, AMAC is proving that one organization can still put the people first. While the media spins, AMAC is giving you the truth, the benefits, and the voice you deserve.
We've got a lot of strength in numbers.
From exclusive discounts to real news and powerful advocacy in our nation's capital, AMAC is fighting every day to defend faith, family, and freedom. Right now, you can join AMAC for just $1 for a full year of membership. That's right, just $1 to be a part of the fastest growing conservative organization in the nation.
Our rights don't come from government. Our rights come from God.
Don't wait. Go to amac.us/POTUS today. That's amac.us/POTUS. $1, 1 year, one strong voice for America. Stand up, speak out, and let your voice be heard with AMAC.
This is the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Glenn Beck. I am filling in for Charlie. And I want to tell you something that Charlie and I spoke about. I have been saying for a while now, because I've been tracking this since really 2004, 2005. I've been tracking this slide into Marxism and communism, socialism, radicalism, and I studied revolution all over the world to see how does it happen. And play cut 353. This is May of 2024. Listen to this. You and I both know, and I hate to even address stuff like this, but you and I both know there are those people, and I don't know who they are, and I don't know how many there are, but there are those people that hate Donald Trump so much because he will destroy their plans for a new world order. They would at least consider an actual assassination if this doesn't work. And that's terrifying. This is something that I'm saying for a while, that we were going to go into a period of assassination. When I talked about assassinating the president or attempted assassination of the president, I was always very hesitant because I just always want to be very, very careful on what you say about a president or a candidate. But I knew they were coming because that's what happened in the 1960s, and everything had been repeated. And Charlie and I, on one day, maybe 2018 or 2019, I can't remember, he said, "What's coming next?" And we were on this balcony in Miami, and it was just the two of us, and we had a really amazing conversation about what our responsibilities were and what we had to look out for. And he said, "What is coming next?" And I said, "Charlie, assassinations." And he said, "How do you see that?" And I said, "Well, Donald Trump is probably the biggest target, but I don't know. I mean, last time in the 60s, it was Malcolm X, it was RFK, and it was MLK. And there were three of them. And with an exception of RFK, they were people that were, in the arena, if you will. And so Charlie and I talked about, what do we do if that starts happening? And that's why I am so happy to see the way people that knew Charlie, loved Charlie, worked with Charlie, were part of TPUSA, were just fans of Charlie. I think everybody felt like they knew him because he was so personal, but the way everybody is reacting. I wanted to play something that I have not even heard yet myself. This is something that was written by David Osmond because I knew these times were coming, and probably 2018 is when this song was first written for these days, and here we are. And last night, my daughter, Cheyenne, who was about 10 feet away from the tent in Utah last week, thank God she turned her head and turned around because she was hearing people screaming at Charlie, and she thought, what are these idiots saying? And she turned around, and that's when she said she heard what she thought was a firecracker. And by the time she turned back to look at Charlie, she was pushed to the ground, so she didn't, thank God, see it firsthand. Last night, she and David Osmond went into the studio to record this in honor of Charlie Kirk.
I know we don't see everything in the same way, but I know we won't be really free if we don't stay united, 'cause divided we will fall for anything, it's true. So I have decided I will stand for you, and I will People say there's no way your way will ever be okay. They say the best days are behind so wide, and you will find the times when the best men defend every friend, neighbor, countryman. But now there's nowhere where you can speak your mind. But I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will beat my drum. I have made my choice. We will overcome. 'Cause we are one. Times may change, but truth remains. We won't be silenced, won't be chained. 'Cause injustice anywhere threatens justice everywhere. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will beat my drum. I have made my choice. We will overcome. 'Cause we are one. I will make a stand. I will raise my voice. I will hold your hand. 'Cause we are one. I will beat my drum. I have made my choice. We will overcome. 'Cause we are one. We are one.
When that song, I asked David to write that song. I never thought it would be sung by my daughter for Charlie Kirk. It's amazing how the Lord works. That song is so appropriate for Charlie because that's what he was doing. Standing up for your right to speak, standing up for your right to be you, standing shoulder to shoulder and being united. And I think that's why this is taking America and the world by storm. I think it's why we are uniting with people in South Korea and England and Kentucky and Tennessee and even California and New York. Because there's some basic principles and some basic truths that Charlie stood for. And the Lord is bringing us back to those. Back in just a minute, more on the Charlie Kirk Show.
Today,
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3. When you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being along for the ride. President Trump and the First Lady are in United Kingdom right now. They're on the grounds of Windsor Castle as we speak, meeting with King Charles as part of a royal state visit. You can see the handshakes happening here. The President and First Lady also will be visiting St. George's Chapel and participating in a wreath laying at the tomb of Queen Elizabeth II. And then this evening, they'll participate in a state banquet in advance of meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer for a bilateral meeting tomorrow. The two leaders are also scheduled to meet with business leaders tomorrow before the Commander-in-Chief returns to Washington, D.C. Also a busy day for Vice President J.D. Vance. The Vice President currently is headed to or maybe even on the ground in Michigan. Here's a live look at where he's going to be speaking here in short order. The Vice President is returning to Michigan after having been there just a couple of months ago. He's going to be visiting a precision metal stamping facility there. The Vice President also speaking at Hatch Stamping, in Howell, Michigan. That's expected to happen here in just a little bit. We'll try to take you to his remarks there. And then back in the nation's capital, FBI Director Kash Patel is once again on the hot seat, this time in front of the U.S. House. He is speaking before the House Judiciary Committee after yesterday speaking before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Here's a look at that hearing that is ongoing. Kash Patel, of course, facing a number of questions about the ongoing investigation into Charlie Kirk's murder, also having to answer questions about the inner workings of his department, the FBI. Let's listen to see what he's saying for about 20 seconds.
Can you point to in disrupting nation-state actors?
Our biggest threats involving nation-state actors are the PRC, Russia, and China, and they are up 33%, 83%, and 60% respectively in arrest alone this year. Those nation-state actors wish to do harm in our infrastructure, our critical infrastructure system, our energy, our water supply, and also go after and target individuals and senior citizens and take their money through online pig butchering schemes, which we've exposed in Cambodia by way of the CCP. This is groundbreaking work that the American public should be seeing.
This is the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Glenn Beck. It has been an exhausting day. We got here about 4:30 in the morning to do my national radio program. I have had bomb threats before, we've had death threats before, but I've never actually had to shut down my national radio show and evacuate the studio during a bomb threat. That happened, I don't even know, 2 hours ago. We're now filling in for Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to see Erica here for the first time, and No, I mean, that might not be good for her to see me because I'm going to be a soppy mess. I've had
You're
her.
surely going to embarrass yourself.
I am. But my wife is just obsessed. She can't stop watching the kids and everything. And I can't watch it. I'm having a hard time looking over in this corner because Erica did her speech right there last week. Anyway, Anna Paulina Luna is here. Hello, Anna. How are you?
Hi, Glenn.
You were a dear, dear friend of Charlie Kirk's. How are you holding up?
I don't think anyone can ever anticipate something like this happening, but what I can tell you is Charlie would not want us to throw in the towel. And so I know that right now everyone in the country, for good reason, is still kind of grappling at what happened. But what I am happy to see is the overwhelming support, not just in voter registration, but the amount of young people, especially over 30,000 requests for college campuses.
No, don't diminish that. It's now 56,000 chapters that have been requested to be open. Not new members, 56,000 chapters. That's
incredible.
Remarkable.
It is, and I know that in the end, no matter what, Charlie really did win because even half of that number would make an incredible difference on these college campuses. And just a little bit, I guess, Glenn, of how I initially found Turning Point. This was a little quantum breadcrumb, right? Like everyone, at some point in your life, you're going to see these little kind of God winks that will pop up and let you know that you're on your right path. But I remember being in my finals week when I was getting ready to graduate from college at University of West Florida. And I saw these two girls and they were tabling and they had these pins that said "Big Government Sucks." And I remember going into the library and grabbing this pin. I was like, that's pretty cool. I didn't even think, that later on, fast forward, a year later, that I'd be working with Charlie in that Turning Point. But what I will tell you is that, a lot of people, there needs to be action outside of the legislative and the federal branch. And what we're finding is that what Charlie was fighting, this indoctrination that was taking place on college campuses, these weren't just, liberal professors from the 60s that had been radicalized, right? Like this is actually a foreign government funded operation. And a lot of these left-wing organizations that have been pushing these violent riots, the targeted campaigns, a lot of the people that have associations with these groups that are calling for assassinations of the president, of conservative commentators, and even of, Charlie's family are tied to these organizations. And I guess what I'd like to share today is, so, Glenn, that we were on the show talking about Neville Singham, how he was funding the Party of Socialism and Liberation, coding up a lot of the stuff. Comer signed on a letter to the U.S. Treasury to freeze all of his assets. And I just met with Judge Janine, and he's guilty of a FARA violation. I think the Department of Justice is going to be charging him with that. So,
miracle of miracles.
Charlie.
Miracle of miracles. Yeah, we were just talking about this new George Soros information that Ryan Morrow has just released, or is it 1:00 Eastern yet? And you're going to be able to get George Soros on RICO charges, something I've been asking for 15 years, and it's happening. I think, there's just no better name to name Charlie's movie than Turning Point. I mean, we are truly at a turning point. And I couldn't be happier.
I'm glad that everyone is doing what needs to be done because Charlie ultimately was a freedom fighter, and everything that he was doing, the GOP failed to recognize, and he was able to transcend politics, but then also able to share his message. And so, yes, it's been extremely hard. It's been even harder to see some of the commentary coming out of people that I have to walk by every single day up here on the Hill, and not knowing him and then continuing this rhetoric. But what I will tell you is a lot of them know the truth and that he was not what they painted him out to be. And I am happy that he has the team in place that's standing with Turning Point, because I know that this organization is going to continue, not just for voter engagement and for youth engagement, but to really help fight back. And I think that there are a lot of very powerful people now that are listening to what needs to be done, and this is the change that we needed.
Anna Paulina Luna, thank you so much. You know, the one thing that's come to me in prayer several times is these are not enemies of yours, Glenn. These are not enemies of yours. These are enemies of mine. And he will deal with them. We just have to do the next right thing and stand exactly where he asks us to stand. Anna Paulina Luna, thank you so much. More with the Charlie Kirk Show and Mike Lee next.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
For Endurance to pay over $7,000 to have my vehicle repaired is phenomenal.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered, plus hundreds more.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
From engines to water pumps, electronics to key fobs, Endurance has you covered.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
After I made my first claim to Endurance, I expected my rate to change, and it never did. Like, I have no complaints.
Endurance has been trusted by millions of Americans for nearly 2 decades.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600. Less than 1 year after signing up, Endurance saved me over $7,000.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So if your ride breaks down, Endurance has your back. They'll jump your battery, tow, deliver gas, change a flat, unlock your car, and more.
Call now and we'll upgrade you to a full year of elite benefits free, a $2,000 value.
Endurance just gives me that peace of mind, so I do know that every time I'm on the road, I'm covered.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Endurance saves drivers thousands, and now you can save even more. Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Remember, out of warranty doesn't mean out of options. Call Endurance and see how much you can save.
Call 1-833-496-5095 for a free quote. That's 1-833-496-5095.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. It is a busy day for Trump administration officials. The president himself is overseas. He's in England as part of a royal state meeting there. It's a royal state visit. He's meeting with King Charles as we speak. Okay, so there's the video right there. The president and first lady both on hand for that. As for Vice President J.D. Vance, he is back home preparing to speak to this crowd in Howell, Michigan. It's a crowd that has come to a precision metal stamping facility there in Howell. The White House saying that the vice president will deliver remarks on President Trump's U.S. cuts and tax cuts for working class families and businesses. As you can see, it is a packed house as this crowd is waiting for the vice president to arrive. And then back at the Capitol, On more fireworks happening there, FBI Director Kash Patel is speaking before the House Judiciary Committee. Of course, yesterday he spoke before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Let's listen into this interaction between Congressman Hunt of Texas and the FBI Director.
Online platforms, there are too many social media platforms, there are too many gaming platforms, there are too many places for people from America and around the world to get together without their parents knowing anything about it, without their school teachers knowing anything about it, and infesting the minds of our children and infecting them with radical ideology. And that is the root cause of these problems, and we must tackle it. It is not a 1950s America anymore. In 2025, the cyberspace needs to be tackled.
Thank you. Switching gears, when your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee. And I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please.
So that's just some of the testimony from Kash Patel, the FBI Director, before the House Judiciary Committee. We'll continue to cover it for you.
This is the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Glenn Beck. We have Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, on. Mike is a dear, dear friend, and I know is a dear friend of Charlie's, and is one of the strongest constitutionalists in our Senate, and a man that I hope someday will be appointed as Supreme Court Justice. Welcome, Mike. How are you?
Thank you, Glenn. It's good to be with you as always.
Can I talk to you just about Utah here for a second? I mean, if this is happening in Utah, this is everywhere. It's shocking to me that it came from Utah, although maybe not so much seeing the response of UVU and the president of UVU. Do you have any comments on that?
All of this is shocking. The events of last week are still echoing through our minds, many of us. Stunning that it happened, stunning that the killer was from Utah. There are things within Utah that don't make sense right now. There are, I think one could say that Utah is fairly mismatched in several respects. It's mismatched with its own media institutions, which lean overwhelmingly radically left. It's mismatched with a lot of elements within its educational system, primary and secondary and higher education, where you've got a very conservative populace on the whole. Of course, there are exceptions everywhere. But these institutions in education and in the media stand in stark contrast. It's almost like we've got the media of Mother Jones in a state that's much more in line with National Review or Fox News or something else like that. And so that really is creating some turmoil within the state and some disagreements and cognitive dissonance at times on the part of the left, which still refuses to acknowledge some of the problems that we're facing. And it's deeply concerning.
Mike, let me switch, and one of the reasons why I'm so glad that you are in the Senate and beg you to stay every time election comes up, please, Mike, please run again, is I am afraid that, and I'm already seeing signs of it, that there are those that like big government who are also conservative, or say they are conservative, but they're big government. And I'm so afraid of a Patriot Act coming out of this. And there was something put up on change.org. And I read through it. It was about a new Smith-Mundt Act. And it was honestly, it was terrifying the way it was written. And got a lot of likes. A lot of people are saying, yeah, that's what we got to do. And can you explain the Smith-Mundt Act on what it did? It actually stems back from World War I and World War II, but what it was keeping at bay, and then why it was repealed in 2011.
so it's interesting how this has unfolded. During the Cold War era in particular, as you point out, this all started in World War I. I think it grew to much bigger size during World War II and in the aftermath of the Cold War. But the U.S. established a fairly sophisticated propaganda system for use overseas, for use in other countries to deliver the messages we wanted, consistent with the Smith-Mundt Act, among other things, prohibited the U.S. government from using that same propaganda machine for domestic political propaganda. In other words, fine for us to use this in our foreign adversary nations or direct it to them. Don't use it on our own citizens, because the big government already does enough to influence what we do. It tells us what we do are supposed to do at every turn. We don't also need our government telling us what to think. So that's why Smith-Mundt was adopted.
I think it's really important before you move on to the repeal. I think it's really important that happened in 1946, but it really stems from World War I. The "I Want You" poster was not a not a Creel creation. However, the Creel operatives, they were the ones in the government that put that in every post office and every theater, everywhere. They did all these kinds of things to get Americans hyped into World War I. When World War I ended, they felt betrayed by their own government. They were like, "What? You lied to us about all of this stuff." And they realized propaganda was being used. That's why we were so isolationist up until 1941, when they brought it home to us. And we were very isolationist because we felt our government lied to us because of this propaganda. So as we're turning on propaganda overseas for the Russians and the Voice of America, the Democrats were the ones who led this, said you cannot use any of this propaganda on the American people. We signed it in, and then 2011, what happened?
Well, as part of the Defense Authorization Act during the Obama administration, the Senate, this piece in there didn't get much attention at the time. I voted against it, of course, but it undid it. Nobody really offered much of a defense as to why it needed to happen, and they hoped that it would go through largely unseen, largely undiscussed, and it did. Mm-hmm. And it's time to bring it back. It's time to bring back the prohibition. Look, there's no good reason in a free society like ours for our government to be manipulating its own people. And that's why I've introduced a bill to bring back this prohibition in Smith-Mundt. And in honor of our friend who lost his life a week ago, I'm naming it the Charlie Kirk Act. Charlie was a big fan of limited government, was a deep skeptic of the brooding, omnipresent government that we often face today, and would have been thrilled to be honored by a measure to bring back Smith-Mundt bearing his name, and we've got to get this passed.
Yeah, this is so important. I mean, you saw it firsthand. If you were, if you were alive during COVID, the propaganda that was done by our government in league with big pharmaceuticals and the media. That was all propaganda, and they could get away with it because the Smith-Mundt Act had been repealed. All of the stuff that you have gone through with propaganda, where they are setting up, truth squads, where the government will say what's true and what's not. All of that happened because of the repeal of this act in 2011. You want to stop it, you have to put that back in, and he is calling it the Charlie Kirk Act. Oh, and when did you introduce, or when will you introduce this?
We introduced it this week. I believe it was yesterday that it was formally introduced. It may have been the day before. But it's time for it to happen. Look, I have yet to hear a really good, effective defense of the repeal of Smith-Mundt. Not in 2012 when it was passed as part of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2013, and not since then. People are actually afraid to defend it, and they're afraid with good reason. because the American people don't take kindly to that. The American people don't take kindly to their overly paternalistic, sort of dark overlord government trying to tell them what to think, trying to tell them, here's the official position of the United States government. We're not actually going to tell you that that's what's doing it. We're just going to use the same techniques that we use overseas to try to get what we want in other countries on American voters. That's wrong, because you're taking money from the American people, you're spending it to tell them what to think and therefore how to vote, and that's wrong. And I really don't think there are very many Americans. I suspect this one would poll overwhelmingly in favor of restoring the prohibitions of Smith-Mundt, and that's what we've got to do.
It's amazing because I've been so concerned that we'll go the wrong direction. We'll do another Patriot Act. And this one is in the right direction, and it actually handcuffs our government, puts the chains back on the government, which is exactly the opposite of what happened last time, with the Patriot Act. We unleashed the government, and this is such a good sign that this is coming. How many sponsors do you have for it, Mike?
I'm not sure on that. I should know that, and I don't. But we're gathering sponsors still. We can use all the sponsors we can get. And so if you're listening today and you're not sure whether your senator supports it, ask him or her to get behind it and to co-sponsor the Charlie Kirk Act. Heaven knows we need it.
Where do we go from here, Mike? What do you see in the cards?
As far as where we go from here, with this particular bill, we've just got to continue to send a message that if we learned anything from COVID, if we learned anything from who knows how many other incidents, how many other episodes or seasons when the government got too involved in telling us things that turned out to be true, that turned out to be very untrue and turned out to be manipulative, the more we can get that message out and just remind people of the fact that governments are there to do some very simple tasks to protect life, liberty, and property. This government in particular is there to provide for our national defense and perform a handful of other tasks identified in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. Happy Constitution Day, by the way.
That's right.
The more we can get people focused on that, the greater our chances are going to be to get this thing done. As far as where we go from here more broadly, I do think this is a great opportunity for Americans to refocus on the fact that our government and what it does should never be something that's big enough, that's a significant enough part of people's lives to where they define themselves and their significance in this life according to what it does, even to the point where people feel compelled to murder someone who doesn't share their political worldview simply because other people happen to be listening to that person. Part of what was so tragic about this event is it was apparent a week ago. Charlie Kirk wasn't taken down because the shooter didn't like, his choice of apparel or what he likes to eat. It was based on his political views. That should by itself be a signal to us that something's gone terribly wrong. This government has gotten way too big. It's gotten way too prominent, and we need to bring it back. And it's a good way of wrapping it back into Constitution Day. When we celebrate Constitution Day, we have to remember that the whole point of the Constitution is to restrain government. Laws typically restrain individuals.
Right.
The Constitution's whole purpose is to restrain government. Every provision in it is there as a restraint on government, and we need to accept it as such.
Senator Mike Lee from the great state of Utah. Thank you so much for talking to me, Mike. I appreciate it. Next, I'm going to talk to one of the leaders at TPUSA. Where do we go from here? How do we continue to win elections? What is the future for TPUSA?
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. Vice President J.D. Vance expected to take the podium in Howell, Michigan at any moment now. He's going to be talking about President Trump's tax cuts program. In fact, it looks like the vice president just stepping. Is that him? Yeah, it looks like the vice president just stepping up on the podium right now. So let's listen in really briefly.
Please. Thank you all. Well, it's great to be here in the great state of Michigan. I always loved coming to Michigan on the campaign trail, and I'd always said, you know, the most dangerous place maybe this Ohio State grad visited was Michigan on the campaign trail, but you all were always kind and friendly and good to me. We love you too. Thank you, sir. It's good to see you again, man. I'm not going to do that here. Somebody yelled out OH. I'm not doing that here. Don't insult your hosts is the basic thing that I learned in politics. Let me just say a few things, a few words of gratitude. First of all, you guys are lucky to have a great congressman who fights for working people in the state of Michigan. Tom Barrett, where are you, Tom? Thank you so much for what you do. We talk a lot about the working families tax cuts. We talk about no taxes on overtime, which we are proud to deliver. No taxes on tips, which we are proud to deliver. The lowest taxes that we've had in this country in a very long time, because Tom Barrett went to Washington and fought for the people of this district. Thank you so much, Tom, for everything that you do. I want to thank, of course, the leadership of this great American manufacturer. Hatch was founded in 1952 by two brothers. Where are we at here? Where's the leadership of Hatch at? Thank you, guys. Stand up. Come on. Let's give them a round of applause.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk program. My name is Glenn Beck. It has been a true honor to fill in for Charlie today, and we're going to be kind of hanging around for a few days until Sunday. But the feeling here is godly, very godly. Tyler Boyer's with us. He is the COO of Turning Point Action. We just played a clip of Charlie and I talking right after the election last time. And I've talked to people who said what you guys have planned for the midterms and even looking forward to 2028 is awesome. Going to make it look like child's play what happened last time. Are you concerned at all?
Glenn, thank you for that. I mean, obviously this has been a lot to process this whole last week.
I bet.
I'm the COO because Charlie's the CEO. So losing, the head of the household here has been tough, I think, for all of us. But the beautiful part about what we've done and we've been doing is we've been putting our pen to paper this entire time, really focused on what the plan is, like you mentioned, focused on 2028 and working our way backwards from that, looking at 2032 and working our way backwards. And when you do it, when you take that process, I mean, that's the way that the left does it. When you take that process, you can actually formulate a plan pretty quickly. And that's what we've done with our Chase the Vote initiative.
The really great thing is Charlie was not a guy, you weren't joining because you were a fan of him. I mean, he was teaching principles. Yeah. So the base is principle based.
That's right.
And that's really a healthy thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's at the core of the elections. 2028 in particular is really focused on the grassroots. Our number one culture point that we have at Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action is what we call grassroots humility. If you focus on the grassroots, then you get candidates that the grassroots wants to work for, and then therefore it kind of builds the program for you. And that's really the beauty of Turning Point, and where we felt like we had to step up, really coming out of the 2022 election, when we realized that everybody was not being honest at what I call the Republican establishment, the core at the I
like to call them the evil empire,
the National Republican apparatus, the evil empire, whatever you want to call them. But the apparatus itself was kind of lying to people and saying, "Hey, we've got this handle, we can do this, do this, red wave," and they didn't show up with anybody. And so we knew, and this is the beauty of Charlie and what we had done, was we had seen the culmination of how many people kind of became disciples at Turning Point, and we knew that we could take that, and we had to take that talent and convert it into action. And so that's what really built the C4 plan heading into 2024.
It's really interesting thinking about the coverage leading up to the election. Turning Point, I think, was really put on the line by the coverage. And I think this was intentional. There was a big belief that if Trump lost, if this didn't turn out the right way, there was someone to point blame at, and it was you and Charlie. It was Turning Point. That was the big setup beforehand. Oh, well, you're going to put Charlie Kirk in ahead of your turnout operation? I mean, was there a moment where you were like, this is really a moment that's going to make or break not only the country, but also this organization?
The beautiful part about being right next to Charlie Kirk for as many years as I've been is that it's a pressure cooker, unlike anything else. Even with the small stuff in the early days, is that we live for this pressure. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you talk about Super Bowls, the Super Bowls, that's what you have to, that's what you want. You want the coverage. You want to invite in all of that. So I think the real beauty in the story from this last election cycle, and I'm so glad everything worked out the way it did, not knowing at the time that it was going to be the last time that we would, run a race together, right? Like do the work, because that wasn't the plan. Right. That was never the anticipated outcome here. But looking back, it's been really hard thinking about all this last week. I value that, and those individual experiences where it was tough, where people did put all that pressure on us. I wouldn't have it any other way. I really would not have it any other way at all, because because had it not been positioned that way, I don't know if the celebration of what we were able to accomplish for this last election would feel the same. And what that would lead into for this next election cycle in the future, now what the legacy of Charlie Kirk will be. And so that's what we have to live up to. That's what we have to do.
We are your friends because we're your friends, but we also believe in your mission, and we know what you guys are doing. We are here for you at any time, anything you need.
Thank you very much, Glenn. I appreciate that.
Thank you. It means a lot. And we love everybody at Turning Point. If you want to get involved, go to turningpointusa.com.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, you are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Pobic.
Christ is King.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We're here live in Phoenix, Arizona. We are in the Charlie Kirk studio. Today is September 17th, 2025, Anno Domini, and I have the honor of being joined by one of my heroes in the conservative movement, a legend in this movement, someone who paved the way for everything that is going on now. A guy that I used to listen to when I was on deployment, a guy whose show I used to download when I was living in China, Glenn Beck.
Thank you. Such a big fan. You say all those things, and I think all I've been thinking of for the last week is, how inadequate I am, and we all are when you look at what Charlie has built and done, and most importantly, how he lived his life. It is pouring. Is just a testament to him as a human being and as a son of God.
Well, and Glenn, you and I were just sort of chatting in the break here that when something like this happens, when a horrific evil like this happens, the first question, of course,
Christians, non-Christians, believers, non-believers, everyone asks why.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you are a believer, you have an answer already, because, and this is what I've been sort of toying with, playing with in my mind, is that when we see these, it's a revival, it is an awakening, it is a spiritual awakening that's going on, and that it's God. God is using this revealed evil to also reveal himself. Do you think God is revealing himself right now?
Oh my gosh, yes. You'd have to be blind not to see that. There's two things that come to mind.
Yeah.
One, God didn't want this. God didn't plan this. God didn't have anything to do with this. This was evil that did this. But I'm a recovering alcoholic, and I relate this to a few summers ago. I was building a house, and I have absolutely no skill at all. I am the first to be eaten if society goes down, because I have no skills. But I wanted to be involved.
I'll have to get you involved. My brother is that's what he does for a living. So
eat people like me?
No, the house stuff.
Okay, so I just wanted to help out.
But if you were hungry enough,
yeah, I just wanted to help out and help, be a part of building the house. And so I was cutting wood, and I measured and double measured and then cut and then stacked it all up. And I went to the guys after I finished a big pile of wood, and I said, what else can I do? And foreman came over and put his arm around me and said, Mr. Beck, you know what? It's your money. So whatever you choose to do, we are fine with. But I just want you to know, every cut you made, we had to recut. It was wrong. And I thought, I tried so hard. As an alcoholic, I can't tell you in my early part of my life, up until I was 35, how many times I cut everything wrong. I cut more wood, and it was all wrong because I was doing it my way. And nothing was good. Nothing was good. And then I found the Lord, and I found redemption, and I got into the waters of baptism. And when I actually worked that, when I actually understood the redemptive power of Jesus Christ, all of a sudden, my whole life changed. And the things that I had thought were so bad that I had done, the Lord took and used all of those things to help me connect to people that I couldn't have connected to before. It put me in places that only the Lord could make it right. The Lord, being a carpenter, is so good, because he'll come in and we've cut all this wood and it's all been wrong, and yet he'll take that and make something so much better than any of us could imagine. And there's not a scrap, there's no sawdust left. There's not a scrap of waste.
There's no waste.
There's no waste with him. So he comes in and he sees what's happened, what we've done with Charlie, because this is going to continue to happen unless we learn our lesson. We have to wake up.
Yes.
And this will continue to happen unless we learn our lesson. So please wake up now. But he sees this mess that we've made. And there's enough of us that are prepared to go, Lord, make it stop. Help us, help us, help us. And he is infusing his power, his glory, and he's taking all of the scraps that somebody last week took and cut all of this wood, and he's taking all of it. And there's not going to be any waste in this event. And it's going to be glorious. You're watching God in action. You are witnessing how miraculous this guy is. No matter what we do, he's not going to be thwarted. No matter what happens, he's going to win.
And it's like we didn't have to put up a tweet or a call to action or a organized, a form or a sign-up sheet. We all knew inherently that when a great evil has been inflicted upon the land, inflicted upon the people, that the way to respond, the first thing you do is you gather together and pray. And I remember this in the context of hearing so many people, Glenn, and I know you remember this, is saying, don't pray. Prayer doesn't have power. And I said, who would say that? Who would want that? And the other side,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
the dark side.
Yeah, read some Screw Tape letters, and you'll find out exactly where that's coming from.
Yeah.
That's because it causes pain to evil when people pray, and especially when people gather to pray. And so this is why churches exist. This is why consecrated bells, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yet here in this instance, people just did it on their own. They did it on their own because there was a call to action that came out, and anyone with ears to hear heard it.
Yes. Charlie, you could have killed any of us. You could have killed you, could have killed me. Wouldn't have been the same.
No.
Charlie was testifying. He went, is there a more glorious way to go out? I don't mean to say it this way, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Is there a more glorious way to go out than testifying to the truth of the Lord? Is there any? I mean, I know right where he went. I know right where he went, and that was glorious for him. Glorious, horrible for us, horrible for his family, but glorious for him. And I think when you saw, I mean, Martin Luther King said, if you put evil against good, it's got to be good. Real, honest, not, grassroots good, real, honest, integrity, good. Next to real evil, people will always flock to the good. They will always flock to the good.
Because, I'm reminded of the exorcists. They say that when you have someone who has those so many imperfections, that's where the evil plays on.
Yes.
The evil uses that against you, and they'll pick at it, and they'll pick at it, and because you're self-conscious of it, because we all know, right? We have a self-conscious. That's where the word comes from. So our conscience is telling us that we have done this evil, we have done this wrong, and that is why it's considered a spiritual purification. Charlie was the purest of all of us. And he was the only one who could go up against such evil.
I feel bad for the people who don't have this. I really do. How lonely, how dark, how desperate, if you have this and you know it, it gets you through. It just gets you through it.
My wife, she texted me last night. She said, it feels like we're living through the Bible.
We are.
She said, and these things.
I think we're living in the last book of the Bible, but that's a different story.
I wasn't going to go there. But I didn't go there with her either. But and she's tough. Erica's tough. But it's you see these things, and for those of us that have studied this, that feel this, that have lived this, it's something that even I think so many people who aren't believers are saying, okay, you guys know something. You guys have some kind of secret. Mm-hmm. What is that secret? And I just say, come on in, guys.
It's God.
Doors open every Sunday. Books right here. You find it.
It's not that hard.
Everywhere. Just try. Just go. It's not hard. You just go. Tyler said the other day.
We are absolutely looking at. We're living in biblical times, and we are seeing. We just saw a prophet. I think. Think of all the prophets of old. Mm-hmm. I mean, it usually doesn't end well for them either. But
John the Baptist will tell you all about that.
Right, and you look at them, and you see somebody that God takes at a young age or whenever they're ready, and he just changes them. And Charlie was always amazing. But around 2017, 2018, somewhere in this area, maybe 2020, he changed. He became a tool in the hand of the Lord. You know what I mean? He was a clear tool in the hand of the Lord.
And he didn't always lead with faith.
Correct.
Originally, and in many ways the movement didn't have that, and society had said, be quiet about you Christian conservatives, the religious right. You lost everything. You fools. Go to church, but leave it in there. Leave it behind the closed doors. And I want to say, Charlie, you and you as well, some of the first to, and certainly on campus, Charlie was the first one to say, no, I'm going to bring the Lord back to campus. I'm going to do, and you look, our great universities were originally founded as religious universities, and then over time was removed. And so this is the agora, right? The modern agora, the modern public square. What better example could you have than the quad of a campus? And I remember talking to Charlie about the threats, and especially after Butler last year, and he said, I have to go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to stop.
I remember 2009. This is how much things have changed. You want to see a miracle.
Yeah.
2009, I'm at Fox, and I'm called into Roger Ailes' office, who was the guy who was running Fox at the time. And he said, you got to stop talking about God. Stop talking about God.
Wow.
And I said, okay. You hear me? I hear you. I hear you. A month later, he calls me back into the office, and he says, do you remember the conversation we had about not talking about God? I said, I do remember that, sir. I heard you. And he said, do you know how many times you've mentioned God in the last 30 days since that conversation? I said, you counted? No, I don't. And he said, I can't remember the number. It was like 91, 93 times, something
Excellent.
like that. And I said, it's what I believe. It's core. It's fundamental to what I believe.
Right.
That was so controversial at the time. Talking about God was so not in the mainstream, not stuff, back then, what was mainstream was the F word. Everybody used the F word.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Now, people are starting to use the J word. And you're starting to hear Jesus everywhere. And that's becoming mainstream. And it's because it's good. The fruit of the tree is good. And people are starving for something good.
One of the, I think it was this last Christmas when Charlie would hold these events right before Christmas, the America Fests. And we were going up on stage, and I think the day before that I was to speak, we watched the Peanuts Christmas special, and I said, "That's it, Linus." I said, "We have to be Linus Christians." And what does that mean? And we know this, and the story behind the story, it reminds me of what you just said with Roger Ailes, because, and we all know this incredible scene where Linus at a public school is, and what's the meaning of Christmas? What's the meaning of Christmas? And he's got the blanket,
I can still hear the lights,
the spotlight.
I hear the lights shutting down.
He just nails it, goes straight to the Gospel of Luke and just nails it. That's the meaning of Christmas, Charlie Brown. And he just testifies to the Lord in a public space where no one is talking about it. And they say that there was also some discussion behind the scenes, and this was, I think, the 1960s, with Charles Schultz and them saying, "Hey, we're not sure if network's not sure if we want to go there. It's a little churchy. We don't know if we want to put this in." And he fought for it, and he said, "If we don't do it, who will?"
Correct.
And I believe it's still between that and, the Grinch. I think it's the longest running Christmas special in American history. And it's because of that.
It is because of that. But it is the reason it is that. If back then it was a little churchy, but back then the whole country was a little churchy.
Yeah. The
country is not a little churchy now. I mean, maybe it's a very little churchy right now because the churches have dropped the ball. The churches are not, the church has become a building. Charlie showed us that the church is actually people on the streets, reaching out to each other, being kind to one another, doing the right thing, saying the tough stuff, but not being afraid of saying the tough stuff and saying it with love. That's what church is, not a building, not a building you go to.
It's we've lost so much in the 60s. That's and I'd love to know, you mentioned how many times did you say God on air? I'd love to put that up against how many complaints did Fox receive? How many complaints I think it's CBS, has CBS received because of Linus's speech over the years? Count them all up. I'd love to know.
I will tell you, I lost stations because of talking about God.
I believe that. But did you get audience complaints?
Ooh, good. Probably not.
Did the audience complain?
Probably not. Probably
did the audience
programmers.
care?
Probably programmers.
It's programmers, it's executives, it's the system.
Very good.
But the people? No. Absolutely not. And I think that's always been there. And they were just waiting. They were just waiting for a Charlie to just come up on campus and say, yeah, we are going to do this. And this is who we are as a people. And there's nothing wrong with it. In fact, there's everything right about it. And I'm not going to stop doing it. And Charlie, you know, and I knew about a lot of these, that he was getting death threats all the time.
All the time.
It was a regular occurrence for him, for his family, and not just at the campus events. It was all the time. And something they lived under and will continue to live under for some time in security. And his children will grow up in that security bubble. They won't know a world without that. They won't know a world without that. They won't have that normal, hey, I'm going to go explore the neighborhood childhood.
That's how my kids grew up, and it is horrible. It is horrible. What Charlie's kids will eventually have is they will be able to look back and say, look what my dad did. Look what my dad did. Look what my dad's death spurred on. I mean, it does not replace your father.
No.
But at least you can hold on to something. He you know, soldiers, some of them that I know, after we left Afghanistan the way we did, they were like, what was all of this for? What was all of this for? His children will never say that. His children will never, ever say that. And that's all because of the way we react. And it could have gone another way. It could have gone another way where we reacted horribly. But Charlie did, and you did, everybody here has planted the seeds of principles for so long that everyone fell back on their principles, not on their politics, not on their anger, not anything, but on their principles. What do you actually believe? I believe in God, and I believe God is good, and I believe my neighbor is good, and I believe it's my responsibility to love my neighbor. And that's what we fell back on. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's a miracle.
And that's what Charlie always stood for. And I can hear him. I can hear him in my ear. You know, when I talk or when I make a choice. You know, how should I respond? And I had an inflection point the other day. I had this leftist, and we were on a show. I didn't know I was going to be on the show with him. And he's mocking Charlie. He's mocking Erica. He's, you know, conservatives deserve this because you elected Donald Trump, and I get that feeling welling up where I just, you know, you want to, you know, as a guy, as a human, you want to just reach through the screen, and then I hear Charlie. I said, Jack, and that was it. Just Charlie's voice saying my name, and that was enough. That was enough. Okay, not like that.
I felt that rage at one point in my career, and really felt it hard. And I prayed so hard. And I heard, these are enemies of mine, not of yours. And that is so important. We're brothers and sisters. He's dad.
Oh, yeah.
Dad will take care of it. I'm not here to police my brother and sister. I'm here to help my brother and sister. I'm here to make sure that when I go home and my brother or sister was out and I saw them and they were doing something, and I get home and my dad looks at me and goes, you left your sister there? You didn't do anything?
Exactly.
That's exactly where we pay the price. He'll deal with his sister or he'll deal with brother when we go. We can't abandon them. We have to love them as our brother and sister.
Love them as our brother and sister. Glenn Beck, thank you so much for being here, and thank you again for the golden EIB microphone, and it's here, and I get why you did it. I get why you brought it. Thank you.
I wish I would have said it to him before now.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Today, you know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Pobic. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, guys, we are back. Human Events Daily, live from the Charlie Kirk studio here, Phoenix, Arizona. We do know that I know there was some news earlier today about Turning Point yet again, not just the organization, but actually the physical building. There was a suspicious package. That was the first call that I got this morning, that the facility was going to be on lockdown, and it was. Package was checked out. Phoenix PD got here incredibly quickly, and they cleared the entire scene. So professional. So I'd just like to say a huge shout out to Phoenix PD and all of the local security, everyone who's here, everyone who's helping out with the situation, for everything they're doing. People are going above and beyond to make sure that we can be here and do this safely every single day, even in the midst of having faced Charlie's murder, but also in a place where we're able to continue the mission, because continuing the mission is absolutely what Charlie would have wanted. And having Erica and her strength and her direction and her guidance in a time like this is phenomenal. It's inspired. It is providence. It's providential. And that's the only way you can really describe such a thing. And it was incredible seeing Glenn Beck here and having him come in, gifting the Rush Limbaugh EIB golden microphone to Charlie posthumously, and handing that down. Maybe folks outside of, whatever you call this stuff, independent media, conservative media, they say, well, what's that all about? That's important. That's big. Rush was the pioneer. Rush was the one who started this all the way back in the 1980s, late 80s, and Rush was the one who was the godfather of all conservative media. And I grew up listening to Rush. I listened to Rush, I would say college, 2004 was really when I first got in. And so it was Rush and Glenn that I listened to every single day. And, then started getting into more as sort of the online space came up, social media, and we, were able to give our views and also have the ability to get active and get organized through social media. That became a new outlet, but we were always building on the things that Rush Limbaugh started, that Glenn Beck and so many others followed on in. And it means a lot because losing Rush, and then we had lost Andrew Breitbart, 2012, and now Charlie. And I had the opportunity to meet Andrew Breitbart one time, very briefly, signed a book for me, Righteous Indignation. Had the opportunity to see Rush once. Never met Rush directly, but I had the opportunity to see him once at his, what we would later find out would be his final ever public speech, which fittingly enough was at a Turning Point event. I think it was 2019 in Florida. And my wife and at the time my 1-year-old son was sitting there in a stroller, and we've got a great video of that up. And when we look at what this means and when we try to make sense of the senseless and we try to understand what all of it's coming from, I believe there's a reason. And Tanya Tay texted me last night. I'm still here in Phoenix. She flew back to be with our boys. Obviously, our intention is to be there on Sunday at this incredible memorial that's going to happen. And the team has been working around the clock, including Erica, working around the clock, being such a visionary, just such a visionary in terms of the ideas, in terms of the tributes, in terms of the memorialization of a great man and a good man and my friend. And it's just been amazing to have a front row seat to all of that and to see that his legacy will continue and that his mission will continue. I'd also like to thank Catholics for Catholics, John Yep, who showed up yesterday and put together just on a moment's notice, was able to get over 2,500 Catholics right out here, just steps away from where I'm sitting, at Charlie's vigil last night, and we held a rosary for Charlie. And it was so fitting because yesterday was Tuesday, and Catholics know Tuesday is the Sorrowful Mysteries. And we prayed the Sorrowful Mysteries for Charlie and the Sorrowful Mysteries of Christ our King, our Lord and Savior, and we sang hymns, and we sang patriotic songs for Charlie, and it was very special. It meant a lot to me, and I was telling the guys I held it together. I was able to keep it together, keep my composure until the very, very end, and they Giorgio from Floriani was there, and they hit me with "How Great Thou Art," and I said, "Man, how are you going to hit me with that at a time like this, at a place like this?" And they hit me with "How Great Thou Art," and I had some light. One of those lights must have got my eyes right there during the chorus, but I was able to blink it away, and I was able to get going. So if you're watching the video of that, that's all that was. Just some light got in my eyes, and say, yeah, that's right. We're praying the rosary for Charlie, and Charlie had a healthy. Charlie was not Catholic, but he had a healthy relationship with Catholic Christians, and he and I used to spar quite a bit about it. And it's going to be one of the things that I miss the most about Charlie is just sparring with him, and that's what we did, and that's what we did every week on Thought Crime, and that's how we got better, and that's how we made ourselves better, and it's really going to be one of the things that I miss the most about my friend. But I'll tell you what I won't miss is the mission. Because the mission goes on. The mission continues. And we'll talk about that some more coming up, because the numbers that we're receiving now, the call-ins, the generosity, the people stepping up, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. Jack Posobiec, right back, Human Events Daily, Real America's.
Hey, just want to say thank you for your service.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you've heard that before, but we want you to know that we understand the freedoms and liberties in this country are because of people like you who served and gave everything for the cause of freedom. We don't take that lightly. So thank you for everything you've done and sacrificed for us.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me.
We're ready for our ticket.
It's been paid.
People thank me for my service all the time. But I want to thank you for being someone
worth fighting for. You make it all worth it. If you really want to thank me and other veterans like me, go to helpdav.org and support disabled American veterans. That is the best way to say thank you and keep our promise to our nation's heroes.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by going to helpdav.org right now, or call the number on your screen and give your monthly support of only $19. Your support lets our disabled veterans know you appreciate them and everything they have sacrificed for us. When you do, we'll send you this DAV blanket as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who served.
When you support DAV, you're showing veterans like me that you were worth fighting for.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support in this moment honors our veteran service.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here, Human Events Daily. We're in Phoenix, Arizona. We're at the Charlie Kirk studio. I'm not in Charlie's chair. Charlie's chair is right here. It remains empty, and it will remain empty because no one sits in the chair. It's Charlie's chair. And it's been an incredible week, and we're here sharing stories of Charlie, and we're sharing times that we spent with Charlie, ways that Charlie inspired us, and even some of the lighter moments. And so our next guest, I'm very excited to have on. She is the host of the Isabelle Brown Show on Daily Wire, but more importantly, she was a close friend of Charlie, and she's my friend. Isabelle Brown joins us now.
Jack, I'm so happy to be here. As I said to you on the break, I wish it was under better circumstances, but I'm so happy to just join together with so many people that knew and loved Charlie this week, and to share the happy moments, to mourn the loss of our friend, and pick up that torch and carry his legacy forward all together throughout the movement.
Well, the mission continues. It has to. That was Charlie's task for all of us. So Isabelle, tell us the story of how you met Charlie, because I think if I remember correctly, you were a chapter chair.
I was indeed. You know, it's been so fun to share this with people over the last few days because so many people, far more than I ever realized, and I think Charlie ever really realized, owe everything in their careers, their families, their faith life to Charlie Kirk. Because as well as Charlie built an empire, and I think what the media is really focusing on this week is the empire that he built in Turning Point USA, Charlie was also really skilled at building people. He had this knack for finding talent in the most unexpected of places and sort of plucking you out of obscurity and giving you an opportunity to join him on the front lines in this mission of the culture war we've been fighting for the last several years. I was one of those people of the many dozens upon dozens upon dozens I've seen in the media this week. As a student,
Wait, Isabel, wait. I got to cut you off. That can't be possible because the media tells me that Charlie hated women.
Exactly. Naturally, yes. And especially women who publicly use their voice and have a career. But, you know, it's crazy to see their response. But I'm so grateful that, you know, I had such a roundabout way coming into the conservative movement. I never set out to work in politics or media, never planned on having a podcast for a living or working on college campuses. I wanted to be a physician, and my educational background was in the biomedical sciences. But like the thousands of students that have been involved in Turning Point USA over the last decade, found myself in my classes like anatomy and physiology, not pursuing objective truth and receiving the radical indoctrination of the left on America's college campuses, feeling isolated and alone. Long story short, got a targeted Facebook ad in 2017 for the Turning Point USA Young Women's Leadership Summit from some guy named Charlie Kirk, who I'd never heard of before. And from the first moment of that first conference, just completely fell in love with Charlie's mission, with his energy, with his drive to save the country, and his belief that young people can transform our society. So I started a Turning Point USA chapter at Colorado State University in 2017, hosted Charlie Kirk as a speaker on our campus for one of his first major speaking engagements in February of 2018. And along that way, Charlie became a dear friend and mentor and just encouraged me to listen to where God was leading me in my life, to consider not working in a fluorescently lit hospital as a surgeon for the rest of my life, but instead use my voice and the talents that God gave me and refine those with the right coaching, thanks to people like Charlie, to continue this mission and inspire more people in our generation.
And that's really what it's all about. And then, you know, you became one of the people who, of course, joined Turning Point. You relocated to Phoenix. That's where I met you when you were here doing the Turning Point shows, and I was doing the news side on human events, and you were just busting it down with your hot freedom takes and you know, pro liberty takes. And it's amazing because you look at all the people who Charlie raised up and who he gathered together and who he gave his platform to, that he didn't have to do that, but he wanted to do that because he wanted to grow the movement. And I think that's something that so many people get wrong about Charlie, is that for him, it really wasn't about himself or his ego or his, you know, however many followers he had or something like that. Yeah. It really was about building a broader movement for the whole country.
You know, I can't tell you, Jack, how many times Charlie said those words verbatim, that it's amazing, Isabel, what you can get done and what you can accomplish if you don't care who gets the credit. And Charlie was all about not receiving the credit. He wanted everyone else to take home the awards and the accolades and the responsibility publicly for what happened, even though he was the one tirelessly working behind the scenes as an organizer, as an activist, as someone literally building the day-to-day operations of this movement that changed an entire generation. And from the top down, really setting the tone as the leader of the young conservative movement. Charlie said to me repeatedly over the years, depending on what era we were in, that someone else was always the ideological leader of the conservative movement. We have to take our cues from that person, Isabel. I don't think he realized that at some point along the way, it became Charlie. He was the ideological leader of this movement. And thanks to the Charlie Kirk Show, really set the tone for the moral foundation of the movement as it carries forward with what we're fighting for. It's not just about electing a great president or saving the country, but this was about a pursuit of saving people's souls and reviving what is good and true and beautiful. And you're absolutely right. He did lend his platform, literally, not just Turning Point USA, but the Charlie Kirk Show, to so many people over the years and helped to give them a voice and a platform of their own. In 2020, he lost his voice for a few weeks there. And I was so fortunate to be asked to co-host the Charlie Kirk Show with him. I was so nervous because I had not really done long form content like that before, but really they just needed someone to sit sit next to him for when he coughed. They had to mute the microphone and someone had to pick it up before going into commercial break. I learned so much from him. And between that and all night live streaming coverage of elections, we were live streaming together on January 6th, which was the craziest day of my life. I got to see this young man in high pressure, intense situations, but he always had a smile on his face. He was the epitome of a happy warrior, and he had this depth of belief in what we were fighting for, unlike anyone I've ever met.
No, that's exactly right. And that's who Charlie was, on camera, off camera. And he had the drive, he had the ambition, he had the vision, and he never wanted to settle for less. He was always asking, how can we do more? And even when he achieved more, he would say, great, now how do we do bigger next year? How do we make the next one bigger? How do we make the next one larger? You know, this tour, we're going to 15 campuses. How do we go to 30? How do we go to 100? That's just how he was built. And I think for a lot of people, they say, you know, how can one person have so much drive? And they look for there to be some, you know, he must have been cheating. He must have, had this help or that help. And I said, it's just God. It's really just God. And it's as simple as that.
Perfectly said. Charlie had a God-given ability to see something that had never been accomplished before in anyone's wildest dreams and see it as his future reality, to know that nothing is impossible if you humble yourself, become less of yourself and more of God. And he woke up every single day to do just that. And I have no doubt that will be the legacy of Turning Point USA in this next chapter. Everyone keeps asking me in the media, even though I don't even work at Turning Point anymore, which is so fun, but they keep asking me, well, does Turning Point have the intellectual and the institutional capacity to handle these 54,000 chapter requests? And I always laugh and say, absolutely. Charlie's been telling the staff for 10 plus years, we need a chapter on every single campus in America, and we're going to do everything we can to make that happen. I don't think he ever could have predicted it would happen that quickly within a span of just a few days, but it's remarkable to see the energy that young people are so inspired by, that was set at the tone at the top from Charlie, to now say, what can I do in my community? How can I influence my own spheres of influence in my family, my friend group, and my high school or my church group? And how can we work together to save this great country?
And Isabelle, just in the last minute, because a minute or two that I have you here, there is something that needs to be addressed, and that is this question of the perpetrator, because I feel like there is, and I know there is, a massive deception operation going on right now to cover up the fact that a leftist murdered our friend Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Jack. We recorded an episode of my show that's going to be airing tomorrow about how no one is investigating that this is a larger network that we have observed. You know this better than anyone on college campuses at Turning Point events for the better part of a decade, that violent protests have taken place to threaten Charlie and everyone remotely associated with Turning Point's lives over the past several years. We've been warning about this. We've been posting about this. We've been asking law enforcement to do something about it. And instead, we found out from Senator Chuck Grassley yesterday that for the last several years, the FBI has been investigating Turning Point and Charlie Kirk as a potential domestic terror organization. This has to be a much bigger investigation. We desperately need answers to these questions if we ever want something not to happen like this ever again. And shame on the media for not treating this as appropriately as they should be.
No, it's really simple. Charlie Kirk was murdered by a leftist, and leftists cheered. We all saw it, and people have to remember that we saw it, because they hate being found out. And Isabelle Brown is one of the people who is always going to find them out. Isabelle, where can people go to follow and keep up with your show?
You can find me all across social media platforms at The Isabelle Brown, and I'm so excited to be joining our chapter at Colorado State University tomorrow in Charlie's Place. The tour was supposed to continue there tomorrow, but we are having a major prayer vigil for everyone across the West to gather together, and more in the...
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2. plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona. I want to say thank you to the Real America's Voice team for everything that they've done to support all of these operations, also to the local team here on the Charlie Kirk Show, the Turning Point staff. Just, I keep saying it, but I really do feel it. I'm not being facetious. It's incredible to see people work under absolutely impossible conditions, and they keep doing it, and they do it well. They do it very well. Someone who had to do this in unspeakable conditions last week was there with Charlie at Utah Valley University. His name is Andrew Cipher. He's the Vice President of Student Operations of Turning Point USA. He joins us now.
Thanks for having me on, Jack.
Look, Andrew, before I get into the story, and we were at ASU the other night, and you told in great detail, and thank you for your testimony to Charlie.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really feel that's getting lost here is there is a massive deception operation going on right now to obfuscate the truth about what happened. And you were there in person. Many of us, of course, saw it on the live stream or on these clips that have come out and went around the entire world. And it's very clear, and we saw the aftermath as well. I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. Andrew, you were there. You were physically there. You were literally in the line of fire. What was that like?
You know, it was a roller coaster of emotion, extreme emotions. What people don't realize is minutes prior to him being shot, it was arguably the loudest entrance I've ever witnessed for Charlie Kirk at an outdoor event. We were at the bottom of a bowl with 5,000 students around us, thrilled, ecstatic, yelling, screaming. Charlie asked for Thunderstruck to come on, and there was an AV technicality, and Thunderstruck did not come on. But you did not need the entrance music for it to be, because it was so loud, no one would even been able to hear the music. That's how loud it was. That man was so thrilled, so excited to be back on campus. It's all he could talk about all summer long. When does school start, Andrew? When does school start? When do I get back on? When's our first event? We had a countdown. And when that pop happened, it sounded so close, so real. Because when you're at the bottom of a bowl, the sound reverberates.
It echoes.
It echoes. And it sounded like it was right in front of Charlie. And as I scanned the crowd left to right, because I was 10 feet to his left, the last person I looked at to my right was Charlie. Head back, squirting like a fountain out of his neck. And it felt like the world stopped. That crowd went quiet. No one ran, no one yelled. It was quiet. As I think everyone made contact with Charlie for a split second, and then they ran. The first thought that came to my mind was, we must save anyone else, because for who, all we knew, we didn't know if there was going to be more shots fired.
Right.
And being 10 feet to his left, my whole team was there. My whole team was behind him, to the right, to the left. For all I knew, the bullet could have exited out of him and hit someone else. I didn't know if there was collateral damage. It was devastating, horrific. But the response has been, I think, the best. Has been the way that Charlie would want it to be. Is if he were to ever be martyred, he'd want to see the world rise up, not just the country, not just Turning Point. And we've risen up. We're working harder than we ever have. From his grave, he still finds a way to make us work day and night. And we're proud to do that. We're proud to do that. That man has, that way, his humor comes through in all of this. And, but I think the best part of this is, and I hate to say this, but it's the only part that gives us all hope, is seeing how the world has responded. And I think what you mentioned is so important. We must never, never forget the man and the community that he came from that continues to celebrate the horrific death of an innocent man in a very public manner.
And they lie. They will lie because the communist hates most of all being exposed and being identified as someone who is actually anti-humanity, who is anti-life itself, who's not just anti-speech, but he is in war with our way of life, in war with our country, in war with our society, and at war to the point where they view the murder of someone, an innocent, good man, in cold blood. There was someone who said, well, you conservatives cheered when Osama bin Laden died. I said, that's a terrorist. And so, okay, so you're admitting.
That's not comparable. That's not comparable.
But what it is it's clarity, because they're clarifying that's who they are. That's who, that's projection and clarity, because they're identifying, we are the ones who have declared war. And CNN asked me this the other day. I'm like, look what happened. And like, what do you call that?
We didn't take the first shot.
What do you call that? And it was a leftist who did this, and it was a leftist who celebrated all over the country. And many of them, are being fired. And by the way, and if it wasn't, then who are all these people losing their jobs? Because obviously that's what it is. When I do want to ask, when you were there, when you saw Charlie, did you know right away? Did it look like there was a chance?
That was the hardest part. Was I have a hunting background.
Right. I
know what a kill shot looks like.
Okay.
I knew instantaneously he was gone. Instantaneously. And having been the bearer of that news to everyone in our organization internally, those that needed to know immediately, so many people said, Andrew, you're in denial. You just went through trauma. We get it. Like, is there hope? And you never want to be the bearer of bad news. You always want to believe there's a miracle, right? There's a God. He exists. Everything happens for a reason. And you want to believe that there's miracles. But you don't, biologically, there's no way that anyone can come back from that type of shot. And I knew. And I had to tell everyone, there's no hope. He's gone. And so when the notification came out saying, oh, we found a pulse, we found, right, he's in critical condition, but he's still alive. I wanted to believe it, but I knew. And I already had told the world that he was dead.
Do you think he even felt anything?
Oh, not a chance. Not a chance. He woke up to, I think he went from answering that student to all of a sudden being in front of God.
Yeah.
Instantaneously. I think
right there.
split second, he's like, whoo, what happened? Where am I? I think with perfect clarity, looking down in that scenario, seeing us all mourn his death.
And looking down from above, and also just that mischievous smile that
he always found a way to smile in the hardest times.
He always found a way. He had a little twist on something or a little take on something.
It was that mischievous smile that kept us in the darkest of times, the hardest of times, say, all right,
we only have a minute left. Andrew, are we going to be able to handle, is Turning Point going to be able to handle all the signups? I know you're dealing with that as well as dealing with the grief. Yes or no? Are we going to be able to do this?
It's a great problem to have. The fact that we are overwhelmed, drowning in the amount of student interest is everything that he would want. Whether my team is equipped to handle them out or not, we're going to level up. We're going to grow. We're going to get to every student. We promise you that. Every student, we will find you. We'll talk to you. We're going to get you involved. No different than what Charlie would want.
Amen to that. Amen. Andrew, we'll get you on. I know we're doing some more live streams, et cetera, and I want to unpack that more because people, it's the number one. Well, I should say
what he would say every day.
It's the number one question I get. How do I get involved? And the number two is, hey, where can I get one of those freedom shirts? it's just constant. Andrew, thank you so much for being on, and to everyone else out there, just repeat it. Just say it. I saw a leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and I saw them celebrate it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have my permission to leave.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live. Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice. Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. Today is Wednesday, the 17th of September in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to today's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us here on Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate it. And we know that you're looking for facts, truth, and honest news, so welcome aboard. Recently released documents from Congress have revealed that the Biden-era FBI targeted dozens of Republican organizations as part of its Arctic frost investigation against President Trump. I'll bring on Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin to discuss that today. It's a big story. Also, Fed Chair Jerome Powell finally cuts rates just before the show today, and in Congress we could be barrel rolling toward a government shutdown if lawmakers do not decide on a new budget by the 30th of September. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Democrats are pushing to extend the costly COVID-enhanced Obamacare subsidies. We'll have that as well. And then later, President Trump recently signed a memorandum establishing a task force to address crime in Memphis, Tennessee. Reports also show that his administration and the Pentagon are gearing up to send the National Guard to New Orleans and Baton Rouge. All that, plus Congresswoman Julia Letlow of Louisiana to address that later today. Details and more coming up, so stick around. There's a storm brewing in the midst of the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. A whole chunk of people, the progressive crowd, completely clueless about it, it seems. They've got no idea how much this past week has shaken up millions of regular Americans that weren't even politically motivated. I'm not talking about chronically online Americans addicted to social media. I'm talking about the normies, the normal people, suburban folks, city folks, small town people, people that go to work every day and don't get caught up in this political storm every day on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook. These are the normies, the moderates, the backbone of this nation, the folks that have too much work to do to waste time hiding behind a keyboard and pretending they're important. These people actually are important, and right now they're livid for what they've seen. Make no mistake, Charlie Kirk was loved. This outpouring of support for Charlie Kirk in Beverly Hills, California, you heard me right, in the middle of the lion's den, it's happening. People are waking up. Meanwhile, the case is moving forward as Utah County District Attorney General Jeff Gray recently laid out the charges against Tyler Robinson. Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, and 2 counts of obstruction of justice, 2 counts of witness tampering, and commission of a violent offense during the presence of a child. Gray also mentioned that there will be filing notice the intent to pursue the death penalty. It's all going forward. Joining me to discuss all of this and more, Congresswoman Nancy Mace of South Carolina's 1st Congressional District and a candidate to be governor of the state of South Carolina. Congresswoman, thank you for being here.
And thank you for having me.
First of all, it's been a week. All right. And it seems that the news cycle moves very fast, but in this case, it doesn't move forward. Charlie Kirk is top of mind for literally millions of people here in this country and around the world. What are your thoughts 1 week on?
Well, 1 week on, my thoughts are with Erica Kirk and her 2 children and Turning Point USA. My understanding is that 54,000 students across the country have applied to create and start up a Turning Point USA chapter at their high school or college. In the wake of this horrible, disgusting political assassination and tragedy for America, we are seeing a revival of the Christian faith, a revival of conservative ideology and politics. People are waking up, not just in the United States, but they're waking up around the world and seeing what's been going on. We've been so much has been done subcutaneously behind closed doors in the dark on college campuses, at workplaces, and the devil's being exposed. I truly believe this is a spiritual battle and that we are being enlightened and that the devil's work is exposing some very evil actors walking amongst us. And it's our job to speak up, not with violence, but to speak up and expose these people for who they are, shame them out of public civil society. And about Tyler Robinson and the charges and the death penalty, it can't come fast enough. And I hope that they will execute him swiftly vis-a-vis the firing squads in Utah. I don't want to see him on death row for decades. It needs to be swift. It needs to be painful. And we need to show the country that we're not going to allow this kind of thing to continue on. And there are so many conservatives, so many outspoken conservatives that are getting their lives threatened. We've received an untold number of threats. My children have received.
Happens every day.
Threats, my family. It's awful.
Yeah, it happens every day. And when I talk about the normal people, the people that are not obsessed with Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, that are going on about their lives, and then they see the teacher or the truck driver or the business owner literally dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk, they are appalled. They're appalled. There has been a shocking awakening of people because they've been shocked to go, oh my God, how can somebody say that and celebrate a father being gunned down in front of 3,000 people, in front of his family, his children, and people are celebrating that? That's why they're so shocked. People that are not normally politically engaged are involved now, aren't they?
No, that's right, 100%. And they're seeing it sometimes for the first time. And I know we all get so busy. We're involved with our families, with our jobs, with our work. We're not paying attention all the time to what's going on. And this is really, I think, enlightened people. There is this awakening. There is this, I believe, movement that is happening worldwide, and it's Christians. People are going to church for the first time. It's people that are saying, hey, I'm going to leave the Democrat Party and I'm going to go join the Republicans because they're the party of common sense. They're the party of normal. And they're seeing this for the first time, and everyone who's normal opposes it. And they're speaking out against it. We're seeing college Republicans, like at Clemson University, they're literally doing the Lord's work to shame these people out of civil society.
Yeah. And then you have major networks like CBS last night say, well, we have no idea what the motive is. The prosecutor laid out the motive point by point by point yesterday. It's crystal clear what the motive is. He hated Charlie Kirk's words on transgenderism and other topics. He hated Charlie Kirk, a man he'd never met, never spoken to. This was a political assassination because he didn't like Charlie having free speech. That's what happened. It's clear. And yet some networks and some people continue to say, well, he was a young white guy who was part of the MAGA movement. He was certainly not part of the Republican or conservative movement in any way, was he?
No. And in fact, he was turned in by his Republican father. I mean, the amount of courage it took for his father to turn in his own son, knowing he would face the death penalty. You know, my prayers go out to his family. They did the right thing. Not everybody would have the courage to do that. The left and the mainstream media, in fact, there was a reporter on fake news yesterday that was saying that the text between the assassin and his transgender lover were, quote, touching, as if this is a Hallmark movie. Like, I can't.
Yeah, from ABC News, that was from ABC News, as if it was some sort of a romance novel, and yet Charlie Kirk is murdered in the street. It was horrid. Congresswoman. Yeah, let me ask you something else, though. Let me ask you something else. Ilhan Omar, one of your colleagues in the House of Representatives, the state of Minnesota, known for her far-left liberal stance and comments, recently shared a video of calling Charlie a reprehensible human being and more, a terrorist. You've made a decision regarding that. Tell us what you're doing today and tonight going forward with her.
Well, this week I filed a privileged motion to force a vote on having her removed from her committee assignments and on having her censured. The Democrats set the standard by trying to do the same thing to Paul Gosar, who posted a meme, Marjorie Taylor Greene, over space lasers. Like, they set the standard, and we're just going to follow it. And we will have a debate on the floor tonight starting at 6:15 p.m. I will lead the debate on the floor regarding her censorship and removal from committee. She had Charlie Kirk called a terrorist. Even she said that you can have free speech, but there are consequences to free speech. So here, Ilhan Omar, here are your consequences. In the meantime, she's calling me crazy and putting a target on my back by calling me crazy. She wants me dead, I guess, too, like many in the Democrat Party, and it's not going to happen. But we'll have conservatives on the floor tonight. We'll lead the charge in this debate, and we'll see where Republicans stand. Are they going to tolerate violent rhetoric that want to have conservatives killed? Or will they stand on the side of history? Will they stand with us? Yeah. Will they stand with the conservative movement? Will they stand with MAGA on doing what is morally and ethically right?
Yeah, those on the left desperately want to make this as a both sides issue. It's not a both sides issue. It's simply not, Congresswoman. I don't believe that. I don't believe you believe that. And yet they're desperate to try to make it into a both sides issue. Your response?
Well, it's not, and I'm not going to have any of it. In fact, Don Lemon, or Don Lemon, whatever they're calling him online now, tried to have me interact with someone from J6, and I was being screamed at yesterday. And I was like, you all are literally trying to tell me to tone down the rhetoric while you're screaming at me. I mean, these people are so incoherent. They're tone deaf. They can't read the room. They have no idea what just happened. They have no idea what's coming. This is a movement that is on the rise. Millions of Charlie Kirks were created, and I hope they will continue to speak out in the truth, in their faith, and what is morally right.
That's absolutely true. Let me ask you real quickly before I let you go. You're your campaign to be governor of the state of South Carolina, the Palmetto State. How's that going for you?
It's going terrific. Donald Trump posted our polling a couple weeks ago showing us with a double-digit lead, and we're asking for everyone for their support, and we're just deeply humbled by it, and we're working really hard to bring the America First movement to the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here. Difficult circumstances, but I think you're right. 1 million Charlie Kirks or more have been invigorated, empowered, if you will, and the seeds that he planted across this country and around the world, they will bear fruit. Congresswoman, thank you so much.
I pray. Thank you so much, and God bless.
God bless you. We'll take a break and be right back.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
And welcome back to a Wednesday edition of America's Voice Live. We appreciate you being here. Now, recently released documents have now revealed that the Biden-era FBI targeted dozens of Republican organizations as part of its Arctic Frost investigation against President Trump. The reports show that a total of 92 Republican groups, 92, were placed under political investigation and had their records subpoenaed during Joe Biden's presidency. Just some of those groups included the Republican Party, the Republican Attorney General's Association, and Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. Here with me to discuss this is Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Senator, nice to see you here again today. Thank you for taking the time.
Well, Steve, thanks for having me on.
It's been 1 week since Charlie Kirk was gunned down for being an outspoken political advocate of Christianity, of America, of liberty. And yet somehow those on the left refuse to understand that the person that killed him was a radicalized far-left ideologue. I mean, I'm watching the news media. I can't believe it. I saw Caitlin Collins in an argument with one of your colleagues, Senator Cruz, when he said, we've got a motive. It was laid out perfectly by the prosecutor yesterday. They just refuse to admit that this radicalization on the left is dangerous and got Charlie Kirk murdered. Your thoughts?
Well, I think they do understand it, but you're right. They refuse to admit it. I know I woke up the day after that tragedy, thinking of one human frailty. we truly do not appreciate what we've got till it's gone. And I think we all realized, how brilliant, how articulate, how effective Charlie Kirk was, but we figured he'd be around for a long time, right? I was actually surprised he was only 31. I met him right away, 2012. I figured at that point in time, he had to be at least in his mid to late 20s. I mean, because he was wise beyond his years. The movement he created is extraordinary like he is. He's an extraordinary individual. And I actually had a pastor on a telephone town hall argue with me that he's really not a martyr. First of all, he was an evangelist for two causes. The first cause was for all the principles that made this country great: freedom, free market system, rule of law. Again, those things our founders bequeathed to us. And then, of course, he's an evangelist for his faith. And by carrying those things out, and I pressed the, I didn't have time to really press the pastor. Have you ever listened to him evangelize for his faith, his belief in Jesus Christ and salvation? I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the definition of a martyr is if you don't call that. And then, of course, the reaction to his tragic death, that is what happened. That's the kind of reaction you have when you martyr somebody. Somebody so consequential,
Billions.
somebody meant so much to so many people globally. I haven't seen that really since probably JFK, Martin Luther King.
Billions of downloads. More people saw Charlie Kirk and heard Charlie Kirk on September the 11th, the day after he died, than they did at any time during his life, and it's only multiplied every day since. Billions of downloads. His message, although his life being cut short is tragic, his message will live on through the ages because of all of the things he did and all of the recordings and all of the evangelizing, like you pointed out there. So it will go forward. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA will go forward, but I want to ask you about that being one of the 92 targets of the intel community under Joe Biden and Merrick Garland and Christopher Wray. How horrible is that? They're targeting Republican conservative organizations, and not even mentioning the IRS and all of this, that did the same thing. The government was weaponized against anybody on your side of the aisle, sir. What do you say about it?
It is horrible. It should be shocking. It's not surprising, not to me. I mean, when you go back to Obama, criticizing conservatives for clinging to their guns and their Bibles, Hillary Clinton, calling us all deplorables, Joe Biden, by and large, decreeing that half of America, the people that supported Donald Trump, are, possible domestic terrorists, right? Suspected domestic terrorists. When the FBI was weaponized against Catholic institutions, against pro-life groups, against people, fathers and mothers going in front of school boards saying, don't ask my children to be masked. Let them back in school. This is going to set them way back. Those people are suspected domestic terrorists. So it shouldn't surprise you then that any group affiliated with President Trump in his election was also targeted. They, of course, used January 6th as their excuse to target basically half of America, and they did it brazenly. And, of course, the media, the complicit, compliant, radical left media doesn't hold them accountable. They could do those things with impunity, and they have. But again, I think this is a watershed moment. It is a turning point. With Charlie Kirk's assassination, these people will be investigated, not targeted. We're not going after them. We need to investigate to what extent they've been involved in inciting riots and violence. And let's face it, they do.
Well, I noticed something, Senator. I did notice something, or lack of something. I haven't seen a city burn yet. I haven't seen a police car smashed or anything else like that. There's no burning of cities. There's no rioting. There have been vigils and prayers and a lot of that, not just here, but around the world. You're good to point that out, sir. I'd like to take and shift gears here for a moment because the Democrats are now making a push, and I want to make sure that people hear this too, to extend the temporary COVID-enhanced Obamacare subsidies. Many are calling for these subsidies to not just be extended. They want them to be permanent, right? I want your thoughts on all this. What's happening?
So let's just look at a few facts. Okay, when Obamacare first started, there were about 5 million people on the subsidized exchanges. That grew slowly over 7 years to the year of the pandemic, 2020, to a little under 9 million. Then the Democrats came in and they did, a temporary subsidy to basically eliminate any kind of participation by a lot of people on the exchanges to contribute anything to their health care. That has led to an explosion of people getting subsidies from about 9 million to over 20. Now, included in that group are people who've been signed up for insurance. Billions of taxpayer dollars have been flowing into insurance companies. Some brokers, some agents, unscrupulous ones, are signing people up with just their name and their birth date. These people don't even know they have health care. They're not using it. Something like 12 million of the 20.5 people on the subsidized exchanges never use their coverage. It's common, somewhere between 10 and 15% on health insurance don't use their coverage, but this is more than half. So we know there's fraud. It's tens of billions of dollars. And again, if there's any Republican who promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, rip it out by its roots, that because they are fearful of the demagoguery and the lies, that they will actually vote to perpetuate this massive fraud against the American taxpayers, shame on them. So again, I appreciate you asking me the question so I can get the facts out there. Again, Democrats had every opportunity to make these things permanent. They didn't. They made them temporary. So all we're going to do is let the temporary Obamacare subsidies that has perpetuated fraud, led to and then perpetuated fraud in these changes, we're just going to let those expire.
Yeah, and where has the money gone? I mean, this is the problem that's mind-blowing for a lot of us. When Doge comes in and starts saying, oh, we've got 12 billion here, 8 billion there, 25 billion there, whatever, and you've just got billions of dollars unaccounted for. We don't know where it's going. It's just fraud on the American taxpayer, and we've got to do better, Senator.
No, we know exactly where it went. So you have an agent or broker who, if they get somebody's name and birthday, they can literally just make up the fact, oh, I sold this person a policy. They get the commission, and the insurance company gets the premiums from the American taxpayer. Again, the patient, the citizen, the person on the subsidized exchange, they don't even know it. They're not even aware that they're signed up for insurance. By the way, they can redo this like every couple months. They keep getting. So again, this is massive fraud. I don't think again, we have to start investigating. We need to start prosecuting some of these people. Members of Congress are only just finding out about it now as this issue comes up. But again, now we've been made aware of it. We don't know the exact extent, but it's millions of policies. People don't even know they've got billions of dollars flowing directly from the taxpayer to the insurance companies. Why are they going to complain? That they're getting free money for policies that people aren't going to use.
Yeah. When you line up for government money, that's not a business plan. That's grift, is what that is. And that can go across a whole range of different industries. Senator, always appreciate you being here. Come back and give us an update on how this plays out. It's very important. We need to protect the American taxpayers so they have more money at home to do what they need to do. Sir, thank you.
No, keep spreading the word. Thanks.
Really appreciate it. Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Now, coming up after the break, Congress could be barreling toward another shutdown and a showdown as the September 30th deadline for a new budget is there again. Will they get a new budget passed? Do you care? Stay tuned. We'll talk about it.
Hey there. Hey. Hey there, how are you? I'm with Disabled American Veterans. I was wondering if you had a quick minute to thank America's veterans for their service and sacrifices.
Of course, why not?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Sure.
All right. Hey, well, come on in here. I'm just going to hit record on this.
I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I can't even think of the words to say of how grateful I am.
I just want to tell you guys how much you appreciate it.
But most importantly, I want to thank you for your courage and bravery.
Wow. Just thank you.
Someone here who'd like to say something to you.
Oh my God, you guys are awesome.
Someone has something they want to say to you.
Goodness.
How's it going?
Oh. So I just want to let you know how much you appreciate it. How much you appreciate it.
I just feel honored for everything you've done.
Thank you for myself. Thank you for everybody.
I get to live every day, in peace because of you.
A lot of people thank us, but we want to take the time to thank you, honestly, for giving back. And when you give to DAV, You are supporting veterans like Dave, myself. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you.
You can say thank you to our nation's heroes by calling the number on your screen right now and giving your monthly support of only $19.
Say thank you by going to helpdav.org right now and give just $19 a month. When you do, we'll send you this DAV t-shirt as a thank you and a reminder that you support those who serve.
Please call or go online to helpdav.org right now. Your support says thank you to our nation's disabled American veterans.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, here we go again. Congress staring down another manufactured crisis and government shutdown on September the 30th. Unless, of course, there's a stopgap measure and pass and budgets, money spread around, all that nonsense. Democrats pressuring the Republicans to extend COVID-era enhanced Obamacare subsidies, as we just talked about with the senator, threatening a shutdown if they don't get what they demand. These are budget-busting handouts to insurance companies that we just discussed, for people making more than $500,000 a year, especially egregious with a looming $37 trillion debt. Here to discuss this is Real America Voice correspondent and new member of the Rav family, Britt McHenry. Britt, welcome to Real America's Voice. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be a part of the team and to meet everyone, as I'm sure I'll continue to do with these hits.
And I'm sure you will. Now, your beat is going to be right there, I believe, in Congress. And so here they are looking at another government shutdown, which frankly, I wonder, do people really care about this, or are they just worn out? I mean, it's government shutdown time again, and people are like, really? Can you do this how many times a year? It gets to be a bit old. Brett, your thoughts?
Yeah, it does. It's a rite of passage in Washington, D.C., just like the Nationals are perennially horrible if you're on the sports scene. It's common. So people here within D.C. are very used to it. I think what's interesting to note about this, as I'm sure you've discussed on the program, is I'm tending to agree with Senator John Thune about this being a Schumer shutdown. For Chuck Schumer, he doesn't want this to proceed. And I think a lot of this you could detail by his comments is an attack on the president. You know, back in March, he was one of 9 Democrats to vote along and pass what the country needed to. And he said times were different in March. We would give the keys to the city to Trump, and that's why I had to vote that way. Now the Democrats can have power over him. But I have to ask the question, and have the viewers ask this as well, is that power worth leaving a lot of people uncertain about their futures, without paychecks? And the Republicans are the ones trying to get this done. Mike Johnson offered a 91-page stopgap continuing resolution, and that's where all of the beef and the drama is currently happening. And it's really difficult to see, if you break down with holidays, about 7 days actually that they would have at work on the Hill to get this passed before October 1st, if that will actually happen. Now, Democrats are really focusing on the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid and health care elements to this, whereas Republicans are saying, listen, let's just get this clean. Let's continue things operating for 7 weeks until November 21st. And that likely could and will happen. We usually see a lot of that. I have been in town for 15 years, so I've seen many of these shutdowns. It's not good for the people here. And for anyone across the country, you should be asking, who is holding this up and why are they doing that? Because it is not efficient governance. And that's the track that both Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries seem to want to continue to go down.
Yeah, well, they need something. Let's be honest, Britt, the Democrats have had a series of losses, bad losses, and no matter how they try to spin the horrible assassination of Charlie Kirk a week ago today, they're losing the argument. I contend they lost the argument altogether on September the 10th, 2025. They desperately need something to take all the eyes off from them. They're hoping that a government shutdown will somehow reflect badly on Republicans. I don't think that it's going to play out well for them, because the truth of the matter is, Britt, most people don't care. It doesn't affect most people. I mean, the military's there, the Border Patrol's there. It doesn't affect me. I'm not going to a national park next month, all right? I mean, really, who does it affect? I'll give you the last word.
It's very inside baseball to what you just said. You know, I have to point out, Mike Johnson and the other Republicans said, hey, in honor of that tragedy, we should beef up security, which I think both sides of the aisle would agree with, for any politicians, you know, 58 million and then 30 million for all of them when they go back to their states and constituencies. So that was in that stopgap proposal. I think personally there's going to be a lot of pushback, even if it's a Washington problem. Look, healthcare is very important. We could have an hour-long discussion about it and what's going on. But a lot of these Affordable Care Act issues, COVID programs and leniencies, they were done under President Biden. So now the Democrats are asking Republicans on Capitol Hill to clean up and extend things that they weren't behind. And that could potentially shut things down. So that is of relevance to people. Reportedly, Democrats met yesterday for lunch to figure out some kind of plan. It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of 60 votes and a Senate filibuster if that's what they want, which is highly unlikely. So to your point, I think this just shows who are you voting for and what are they actually doing when they come to Washington, which right now for the Democrats is a lot of contention and not much action.
I think they're eating out on my dime is my thought, Britt. Maybe I'm wrong.
Probably at
Maybe
Maestro's, you know.
Yeah. All right, Britt, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Nice seeing you. Welcome to the team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, when inflation jumps and you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to maybe buy some gold? Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And so they created something very special. Until September 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metal on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit now. Just text America, 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now, the first time you buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get the free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. After the break, Congresswoman Julia Letlow will join me from Louisiana to discuss President Trump's potential decision to deploy the National Guard in New Orleans and so much more. We'll be right back.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're gonna break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
Thinking about buying a new cell phone? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special pricing on talk, text, and data plans for as little as $10 per month. It's one of the many ways joining AMAC can save you money on everyday things. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on cell phones and service, think AMAC.
All right, continuing the conversation now. Let me give you some remarkable statistics here, all right? Let me start with this. Since Donald Trump rolled out the National Guard on the 11th of August in Washington, D.C., there have been a total of 7 homicides. That's 37 days, 7 homicides, which means the annualized rate of murder in D.C., if that were to continue like that, would be less than 70. Washington, D.C. hasn't had less than 70 homicides in my lifetime. Sometimes they've had close to 500. In recent years, 200 has been about the norm. Less than 70. So rolling the National Guard in has been a success. Crime in America is a huge deal for voters. President Trump signed a memorandum on Monday establishing a task force to address crime in Memphis, Tennessee, another liberal city ridden with crime. President Trump said the effort would include the National Guard, the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Agency, ICE, and anybody that can help, basically. The request to address crime in Memphis came from Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee. Meanwhile, Memphis Mayor Paul Young, a Democrat, said in a Saturday interview that he wasn't happy about the upcoming deployment. And so what? I bet residents are. President Trump also seemingly considering deploying the National Guard to New Orleans and Baton Rouge in Louisiana at the request of the governor there, Jeff Landry, who we know pretty well here on this program. Reports from the Pentagon show that President Trump's administration has drafted a proposal to deploy 1,000 Louisiana National Guard troops to conduct law enforcement operations in the state's urban centers. Here with me to discuss all of this, Congresswoman Julia Letlow of Louisiana's 5th Congressional District. Congresswoman, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Steve.
I mean, let's be clear about this. I go over the numbers from D.C. We haven't seen a reduction, and I didn't get to 85% reduction in carjackings, 85% reduction in violent crime and everything else. Homicides, 7 in 37 days, unheard of. You're there in Washington, you know. I'm there quite a bit. The last time I was there a couple of weeks ago, it seems different. So one of the criticisms from the left is, well, they're not going into red states. Well, I would say Tennessee and Louisiana are both pretty red states that need help with crime-ridden cities. What say you?
Absolutely. We welcome them in Louisiana. Please come to our state. We've dealt with crime far too long. I was born and bred in Louisiana, super proud to be from that great state. But for far too long, we have struggled with crime, especially in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. You know, New Orleans is a place of hospitality. It should be celebrated. We have so much to offer, and really crime has just been out of control. So I know our governor welcomes, our attorney general, any help that we can get in Louisiana, bring it on. We are so proud of our state. We want to see it thrive again.
Certainly. Why wouldn't you? So look, you've got the guy, Jeff Landry, who I've got to know a little bit. He's been on this program a number of times. I like him quite well. He's ready for a change in these big cities, isn't he? I think the people that live there, people that are elderly on a fixed income that can't move out of these neighborhoods that are overrun with guns and gangs and drugs and violence, I'll bet they welcome the help as well, don't they?
Absolutely. You know, when I talk to moms and dads around my age, you're always looking around your shoulder, even if you have your children in the car, you're pumping gas, you're always on high alert. And again, we should not have to live like that as American citizens in this country. And so I know people all across our state would welcome any help from the federal government to come in. We have, again, so many blessings in Louisiana, so much to offer other people to come in and visit our state. I want New Orleans to get back to a place of hospitality where people can come and feel safe. You know, we had so much security during the Super Bowl. The governor and the president did an incredible job. For the first time, I could walk the streets of New Orleans with my children, a 7- and 5-year-old, and not have to worry about who was walking behind me and their safety. So again, we welcome all the support that we can get. President Trump proved that it can work in Washington, D.C. Let's see what it can do for New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
So when does this roll out, do you think? Do you have the timetable, the time frame for us?
I don't know the time frame, the exact time frame. We are all offering words of encouragement as quickly as possible. So I don't know all the logistics on that, but stay tuned. We'll get back to you on it.
All right. So here's the thing. It will take away one of the big arguments from the left, where they say, well, you don't go into red states. Of course we do. We go to wherever the problem is. Looking at the facts of the matter, 19 of the 20th deadliest cities in America, including a couple of those in Louisiana, are run by Democrats. 19. So they would say, this is how Democrats throw the red herring. Well, these red states have a higher murder rate than the blue states. Yeah, 8 out of 10 because of places like Baton Rouge and Memphis. That's a fact. The crime rates are out of control. You have Democrats running those cities. It's time to bring law and order back into focus. And it's also time to encourage people to become law officers again, to become police officers, get involved, be on the front lines. We have to make being a cop cool again, don't we?
Absolutely. We have to support our law enforcement. We have to make sure they have the resources that they need. One of my highest honors is serving on the Appropriations Committee and making sure that our law enforcement officers who put their lives on the lines every day for our safety, and their family has to worry about them walking out of the door every single day. I want to make sure that they have the resources that they need to feel safe when they are going out to protect us from harm. So yes, absolutely. We have to be pro-law enforcement. We have to have law and order in this country if we want to continue on as the greatest country in the world.
Yeah, and when you look at, obviously, the whole world has been talking about the horrendous assassination of Charlie Kirk. I think that crime is front and center, and I think when you call people Nazis and Hitler and white supremacists and fascists and all this, it doesn't lead us to a good place. That kind of rhetoric needs to stop. I am not a Nazi. I am not a fascist, I can assure you, and I'm certainly not a white supremacist. This kind of hateful attack on people has to stop, because once you label somebody in the political world, then they're not a human being anymore. They're dehumanized, and making them a target becomes excusable, I guess. What do you like to say about that today?
That's right. And I definitely want us to tone down that rhetoric. We cannot continue to put labels on people. I definitely want to be part of that solution, not part of that problem. You know, I think one of Charlie Kirk's strengths is that he was able to motivate these college students all across our country to push back on some of that rhetoric that they were hearing in their own classrooms, in university classrooms. Now, I come from higher education. I taught courses in college. And so I know how important it is for us to be able to have open dialogue. And that's what Charlie Kirk was promoting on these college campuses. And I also think this really is a time, Steve, for us to have some true reflection about what is happening on our college campuses and trying to reshape that in a different direction so that our students are thriving, they're not being indoctrinated, and they're going on to live productive lives as citizens in our country.
Yeah. And people that shouldn't be in the country, I want to ask you about one other thing when it stays in that law and order column, and that is the Louisiana lockup. People that shouldn't be here. ICE opening up a brand new facility in your district at the notorious Louisiana State Penitentiary. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that is a wonderful move. We've had Angola Prison for over 100 years in my district that has proven that it can house the worst of the worst, as we call them. So I was so proud that Louisiana is leading the way in fighting back against illegal immigrants, criminals who are coming to our country. Again, I go back to moms and dads are breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that our administration is stepping up, Louisiana is stepping up to make sure that these criminals are not on the streets going after our children committing crimes, but that we have a place where we can put them temporarily until they are deported back to their country of origin.
Let's make America safe again. Congresswoman, nice to have you here. You come back anytime. Truly appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much. We'll take a break and be right back. It is America's Voice Live.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit. And guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Let's be honest, all right? Let's be honest. Nobody likes taxes except maybe the IRS when they're taking it out of your pocket. Other than that, not so much. I'm telling you, whether or not you filed your taxes or you owe taxes, you haven't paid them, you skipped putting it in the mail, I'm sorry. We can fix that. Do not avoid the IRS. They'll come to find you. I have my good friend Cameron Kinsey join me now to discuss this. Cameron, thank you for being here.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Steve.
Always nice to see you. Let's just start with the obvious. Why is it so critically important to have a tax professional if you owe the IRS money?
Well, as we've seen under President Trump, they've eliminated 25% of the workforce. And so we are making good progress there, hoping for less government overreach per se. But the IRS has unlimited resources. Their job is mostly to collect. It is not to be fair to the average American. And many Americans, I mean, like myself, they don't know their rights. They don't know how to properly push back against the IRS, don't know all their tactics and tricks up their sleeves, but a professional team like Tax Network USA does. We have a team of CPAs, licensed attorneys. We also have former IRS agents even who really just know the tax code inside and out. They know exactly how to help you. And so we negotiate directly with the IRS, basically acting as a liaison between you and them. So you're not having to deal with the burden yourself. You're not having to call them. And if you're one of those people who have put those letters in a drawer and don't know how to act, it's a good thing to have Tax Network USA in your corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Do not avoid the letters. Don't put it, in the drawer and try to forget about it, because the IRS is not going away, are they? They are relentless.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. And going up against the IRS, let's just say if you're going in, it's like going into court without a lawyer. If you don't have a professional team in your corner, you may not know how to properly push back. And so we don't just go on defense, we go on offense. So I tell people whether it's wage garnishment, mounting back taxes, a lien on your home, our job is to push back, protect your hard-earned money, keep that in your own pocket. And we know that the filing deadline may have passed, but unfortunately, the penalties do compound daily, and the IRS unfortunately will target people who are too afraid or too confused where to act. And so that's really where we step in. We've helped thousands of Americans find relief, and we can do the same for our audience members today. You just have to make that first initial call.
You got to make that call. Relief is available. How do they get started right now?
It is very seamless. We do not try to be a financial burden or add any more emotional burden to you during this time. We know how heavy this can be. So you can call us at 1-800-905-8000. And the consultation is completely free. You'll get a team who really knows how to keep the IRS off your back. Or if you're a little bit more apprehensive, you don't want to talk to somebody on the phone just yet, you can go to tnusa.com/RAB. You can fill out a quick form just describing what you're dealing with, and we'll have a team member reach out.
All right. Cameron Kinsey, thank you for being here. Don't wait. Take action going to tnusa.com/RAB or call 1-800-905-8000 to speak to a tax expert. Donald Trump now. Let's take a look live at what's going on in Windsor Castle in England. I believe we can pull that up. Let's take a live look at that. Again, Donald Trump being treated in a way I've never seen before. If you saw the procession this morning, pomp and circumstance, to say the least. First Lady Melania, looking like $1 million, is always great representation of this country. It is a wonderful thing to sit and watch and to be part of. What makes America wonderful? This does. This absolutely does. And to see all of this happening, second state visit for Donald Trump. Right? Pretty remarkable. All right. Are we taking the break or we're not? All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back with a question today.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Big things are happening in America, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is standing with you. In a time when our freedoms feel threatened and when Washington seems out of touch, AMAC is proving that one organization can still put the people first. While the media spins, AMAC is giving you the truth, the benefits, and the voice you deserve.
We've got a lot of strength in numbers.
From exclusive discounts to real news and powerful advocacy in our nation's capital, AMAC is fighting every day to defend faith, family, and freedom. Right now, you can join AMAC for just $1 for a full year of membership. That's right, just $1 to be a part of the fastest growing conservative organization in the nation.
Our rights don't come from government. Our rights come from God.
Don't wait. Go to amac.us/POTUS today. That's amac.us/POTUS. $1, 1 year, one strong voice for America. Stand up, speak out, and let your voice be heard with AMAC.
A lot of challenges smiling the last few days, but hang in there. It will get better at some point. What makes America wonderful? We do this to put a smile on your face every single day, make you feel a little bit better about the country you live in. Today's story comes to us from Philly's Lincoln Financial Field, where an employee went above and beyond to return a lost wallet and paid it forward with the reward received. Marianne Stevens and her husband had flown into the city of brotherly love to cheer on the Eagles, a moment of carefree fun that quickly soured as Marianne's husband had dropped his wallet and deemed it a total loss. That's where Christina, a stadium employee, steps in as she noticed the wallet was dropped amidst the packed venue, and instead of just handing it off to Lost and Found, she noticed the Hilton Hotel key card inside and called surrounding locations to cross-reference the couple's whereabouts. Nice work. Ultimately, the wallet was returned to Marianne's husband at 2 in the morning, a gesture that invoked Marianne to give Christina a reward, which she ultimately accepted only to donate to the Eagles Autism Foundation. Now, that's a special move. Besides Christina's noble and honest heart, her decision to give the reward money to a noble cause is indicative of the people who make America wonderful. Let's dip right back in. Let's dip right in. Here's King Charles. Let's see if we can hear him for a moment.
Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, it is with great pleasure that my wife and I welcome you to Windsor Castle on this, your second state visit to the United Kingdom. This unique and important occasion reflects the enduring bond between our two great nations, anchored by the deep friendship between our people. This relationship, which, with good reason, we and our predecessors have long called special, has made us safer and stronger through the generations. Our people have fought and died together for the values we hold dear. We have innovated, traded, and created together, fueling our economies and cultures through myriad forms of exchange. We have celebrated together, mourned together, and stood together in the best and worst of times. Mr. President, as we approach the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence next year, it is remarkable to think just how far we have come. I cannot help but wonder what our forebears from 1776 would make of this friendship today. The rebel commander and pioneering First President George Washington famously vowed never to set foot on British soil. And my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III, for his part, did not spare his words when he spoke of the revolutionary leaders. Today, however, we celebrate a relationship between our two countries that surely neither Washington nor King George III could possibly have imagined. The ocean may still divide us, but in so many other ways, we are now the closest of kin. Mr. President, you have spoken of your pride in your British roots. In fact, not only have you set foot on British soil twice in the last 2 months alone, but I understand that British soil makes for rather splendid golf courses. Now, for my part, I have always admired the ingenuity of the American people and the principles of freedom which your great democracy has represented since its inception. Throughout my life, from the very first visit to the United States in 1970, and over 20 visits since that time, I have cherished the close ties between the British and American peoples. In fact, had the media succeeded in the 1970s in their own attempt at deepening the special relationship, I myself might have been married off within the Nixon family. Mr. President, from York to New York, from Birmingham, England to Birmingham, Alabama, we are united by a common language and shared heritage. The many thousands of people from each of our countries who have made the other their home have enriched our societies immeasurably, a fact that gives me the greatest pride. Our cultural connections, too, continue to flourish, with our actors, musicians, writers, and television presenters prospering in the hearts of transatlantic audiences. Today, our alliance spans every field of endeavour and shows vast potential for growth. The United Kingdom was your partner in the first trade deal of your administration, Mr. President, bringing jobs and growth to both our countries. And no doubt we can go even further as we build this new era of our partnership. Our two nations have an exceptional legacy of shared discovery. Together we laid the foundations of nuclear science, mapped the human genome, and built the internet, upon which all contemporary commerce, communication, and defense is based. Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defense, security, and intelligence relationship ever known. In 2 world wars, we fought together to defeat the forces of tyranny. Today, as tyranny once again threatens Europe, we and our allies stand together in support of Ukraine to deter aggression and secure peace. And our AUKUS submarine partnership with Australia sets the benchmark for innovative and vital collaboration. The successes of the British Redcoats and of George Washington's Continental Army today stand shoulder to shoulder, brothers and sisters in arms, protecting the freedoms we both cherish. Our countries are working together in support of crucial diplomatic efforts, not least of which, Mr. President, is your own personal commitment to finding solutions to some of the world's most intractable conflicts in order to secure peace. In striving for a better world, we also have a precious opportunity to safeguard and to restore the wonders and beauty of nature for the generations who follow us. We share the ambition and determination to preserve our majestic lands and waters, above all, to ensure that we have clean water, clean air, and clean food. Our legacy for the next 250 years and beyond is to ensure that our children, grandchildren, and those who come after them can experience the awe and magnificence of the natural treasures found in the countryside, on the coasts, in the seas, and in the national parks established by your predecessors and mine. Mr. President, Mrs. Trump, the bond between our two nations is indeed a remarkable one. Forged in the fire of conflict, it has been fortified through our shared endeavours and burnished by the deep affection between our people. Tested time and again, it has borne the weight of our common purpose and raised our ambition for a better world. So, in renewing our bond tonight, we do so with unshakable trust in our friendship and in our shared commitment to independence and liberty. Therefore, as we celebrate this unparalleled partnership, allow me to propose a toast to President Trump and the First Lady, and to the health, prosperity, and happiness of the people of the United States of America.
Your Majesty, Melania and I are deeply grateful to you and Queen Camilla for your extraordinary graciousness. And to William and Kate, thank you so much. It's been so great being with you today. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a singular privilege to be the first American president welcomed here. And if you think about it, it's a lot of presidents, and this was the second state visit, and that's the first, and maybe that's going to be the last time. I hope it is, actually. But this is truly one of the highest honors of my life. Such respect for you and such respect for your country. For many decades, His Majesty the King has epitomized the fortitude, nobility, and the spirit of the British monarchy and the British people. He's dedicated himself to preserving the glory and unique character of this kingdom, restoring life to the rivers and streams, supporting the works of its artists and composers, planting trees and gardens in its countryside. And I just visited one of the most beautiful I've ever seen that you just completed, and protecting the architectural integrity of cities, villages, and towns. He has uplifted the poor. King knew every single person and every single company, and some of them had bad names like XYZ-Q3, and he knew every one of them, or at least I think he did, because nobody was complaining. I was very impressed with that. But I just want to say that His Majesty has also raised a remarkable son in His Royal Highness Prince of Wales. Really amazing. We've gotten to know you, and I think you're going to have an unbelievable success in the future. Melania and I are delighted to visit again with Prince William and to see Her Royal Highness, Princess Catherine, so radiant and so healthy, so beautiful. It's really a great honor. Thank you. Many years ago, His Majesty opened his archives to a biographer. Among the documents was a letter from 1993 in which he described the patriotism and guided his many projects. He wrote that he was, quote, entirely motivated by a desperate desire to put back into Great Britain in the finest tradition of British sovereigns. He's given his whole heart, everything he's got, to those parts of Britain that are beyond the realm of mere legislation. It's not easy, but which define its essence and its virtue, its harmony and its soul. It's an amazing calling, and there's nobody that's answered that calling like you have. A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays in the language born on these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare and Dickens and Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell, and Kipling. Incredible people, unbelievable people like we have rarely seen before, probably won't see again. The lion-hearted people of this kingdom defeated Napoleon, unleashed the Industrial Revolution, destroyed slavery, and defended civilization in the darkest days of fascism and communism. The British gave the world the Magna Carta, the modern parliament, and Francis Bacon's scientific method. They gave us the works of Locke, and Hobbes, Smith, and Burke, Newton, and Blackstone. The legal, intellectual, cultural, and political traditions of this kingdom have been among the highest achievements of mankind. There's really never been anything like it. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech, and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. You know that place very well, don't you? His Majesty spoke eloquently about the bond which inspired Sir Winston Churchill, and the bust is in the Oval Office right now, the beautiful bust of Winston Churchill, to coin the phrase special relationship. But seen from American eyes, the word special does not begin to do it justice. We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language, and by transcendent ties of culture, tradition, ancestry, and destiny. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together. The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable, and we are, as a country, as you know, doing unbelievably well. We had a very sick country 1 year ago, and today, I believe we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, nobody's even questioning it, but we owe so much of that to you and the footing that you gave us when we started. Together, we've done more good for humanity than any two countries in all of history. Together, we must defend the exceptional heritage that makes us who we are, and we must continue to stand for the values and the people of the English-speaking world, and we do indeed stand for that. On behalf of all Americans, I offer a toast to one of the great friendships, to two great countries, and to His Majesty, King Charles III, a very, very special man, and also a very, very special queen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with you.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want
309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Give them a call at 701-258-6308.
The team of mechanics at Lauer Auto can take care of any problem your vehicle is having. And when you do business with Lauer, you can be assured you're doing business with a pro Second Amendment America First repair shop. There are plenty of other auto repair shops in the Bismarck-Mandan area. But why take a chance at patronizing a shop that might not have your beliefs at heart? Make no mistake. Lauer Auto is your pro Second Amendment repair shop. When you talk to the guys at Lauer Auto, don't forget to tell them that you heard they are a sponsor of Guns and the 701 and that you appreciate their support of our pro Second Amendment, pro North Dakota live stream and podcast. That's Lauer Auto Repair, 701-258-6308.
701-258-6308.
Located 309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed what we had going on for you this morning. We're going to go ahead and end this for today. There's plenty of things coming on. I'm just watching. Just wanted you to kind of have the Charlie Kirk thing, especially with Glenn Beck on there, and just left it roll. So, we had quite a few people tuned in between all the platforms. So thank you for that. Hopefully you guys like that. If it's something you like, let us know, because we'll keep doing things like this. Tonight, I'm going to be joined, it looks like, by my friend Vance Bishop, as well as Leon Francis is going to be coming on too now. He go ahead and he said, yep, we can make that happen, which is awesome. It's going to be kind of an open discussion, kind of off the cuff. Seems like that works out better anyway. I got a few things we could talk about, but I think that'll work just fine. A lot of it's, we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk some more. There's been a lot of developments in the last week. Remember, this happened a week ago today. So, it was, can't imagine. Think about that, a week ago today now. And I know that we were looking at having somebody else on today as well with us, but she is going to be gone. She's, sounds like she's going to be attending the ceremonies down in Arizona as well. So if that's the case, that'll be great. Maybe we'll have her on next week. It kind of sounds like. And yes, we do have some new, we'll be talking about tonight. Right there is one of them. New shirts, just to be a very limited run of these. We'll get more information for you. We're going to have a few other designs available. It's just kind of, one of the things we just started. I'll put one of them up right there. Is going to be one of them on a shirt or sweatshirt. That's one of them that we'll have available as well. But all right, everybody, we will see you this evening, 6:00 p.m. Sorry, it's my fault. 7:00 p.m. in the Mountain Time Zone, 8:00 in the Central. Probably go 2 hours. I imagine there's plenty to talk about. And Friday morning, you don't want to forget. Friday morning, bright and early, 7:15 in the Mountain Time Zone. KFYR, Mitchell in the morning. I join Todd Mitchell each and every morning. We're going to start, I think, rotating that. If Leon wants, I believe we're going to start rotating that out with Leon as well. I know Todd enjoys visiting with him as well, and Leon loves it as well. So I think we're going to start maybe possibly doing that. But again, Friday morning and then Friday evening, right here, same place. If you're listening now, you will be able to get Blackbeard Logic with Leon Francis. And now that comes on, yes, at 6:00 Central, 5:00 Mountain. You want to tune right in here every Friday night. And Leon's got some great insight on stuff. So don't miss out. We got a lot of things happening here. We're going to be doing a little change up in the lineup here come start the beginning of October as far as Guns in the 701 on Wednesday nights. Mostly to mix it up, give each other a break here and do some other things. But don't worry, nothing's wrong. Nothing's happening. We're just going to try something. If it don't work, we'll go back to doing what we were doing. But all right, I appreciate everybody tuning in. Hope you enjoyed it. We will see everybody here tonight at 7:00 p.m. Mountain, 8:00 Central. Thank you, everybody, and we'll talk to you then.